Then why don't you put us on, please, Nick? Rolling? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our second session of the budget presentations, and it is Tuesday, February 27th. It is 18 o'clock, and looking forward to another really a fun night. And last night was just wonderful being able to meet with all the departments and go over things and get a feel for how things are going, and looking forward to a lot more of that tonight. It worked also very well at Joanna's suggestion to put a seventh inning stretch, meaning a little break somewhere in the schedule. And I was looking for a good place to do that. Maybe after, maybe right around either before or after Katie talks for Human Resources. Probably after it, I think would be right after that would be good. Or maybe.
How we're doing.
Yeah,
see how we're doing.
Because her son is 4 years old tonight.
Absolutely. So we need to get, and also along those lines that Nancy just brought up, I understand it's a long night, and I know a lot of people have a long drive, so please feel free at any point after your presentation, not before, to head home. And I know tomorrow is another busy work day for all of you folks. So thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you for this wonderful budget presentation that we've been having. As with last night, I just want to open it also with thanking everyone, the department heads, Ellen and Alex, for a well put together meeting, well put together presentation. I thought the slides were just very helpful. I thought the discussion was extremely helpful. So, with no further ado, we really only have 2 items on our agenda. 3. The last one is adjournment. The first one is what I just did, the opening of the meeting. So the meeting is called to order. And then we're going to do budget presentations. And so we're going to move first to police. Chief and
team.
And Chief, would you, just for the record, please just introduce yourself and,
sure.
And your team?
I'm Chief Charlie Dennis. With me, I have my administrative assistant, Elizabeth Rackburn, Captain James Martin, further down to my left. Also members of my staff, I have Doug Hackett, our communications coordinator, and Lieutenant Mike Favola, our patrol lieutenant, and Lieutenant Rackburn in the back, always assisting us. So thank you. We'll start with the slide presentation. Again, it's just an opening of some of our events that we've done over the course of this past year. The swearing-in ceremony, certainly on some of the events around the green. Picture of our bike patrol training class that we did. One of the pictures in the middle is our newly renovated dispatch center, where we expanded and took over part of our old cocktail room and some extra space that we had. And it was really a nice place. I'd encourage you, if you ever want to take a tour down there and look at it. It is really top notch. And certainly an award ceremony that we had there, and also our Clio logo from our accreditation that we just recently got. Looking at our department summary, I won't take time, as I know everyone wants everything to be brief. Just gives an outline of our department, number of employees, kind of our organizational chart outline, and our mission statement at the bottom. Go into the next slide of the year in review. Our initial accreditation we obtained through CLIA this year. It's been a long road. I have to give a big hand to Captain Martin, who is our accreditation manager. It was a 2-year process that he worked diligently on. It was a smooth road, stressful but smooth. So it was good when we were awarded that accreditation in November of 23.
Chief, could you just expand on that a little? It sounds like something really important. Do you mind just talking a little bit more, please?
Yeah, sure. The accreditation, it's 188 standards that CALIA, which is Commission on Law Enforcement Accreditation, provides best practices for agencies. It's looking towards continuous improvement. And those standards help monitor what we're doing according to best practices. And so we have to adopt those into our policies. We have to show proof of compliance. Part of the process was an initial web assessment where they came in and remotely looked at all our policies, went through there, looked at our proofs of compliance to ensure that that met that. And then we had an on-site assessment where we had an assessor come on site, again, look through our policies. Also, we had 4 projects that we had to present to them for them to look at. They also interact with members of your staff, members of the community, business community, and then they make their full assessment. They then present that to their board, who determines whether you meet their accreditation standards or not.
Congratulations, it's awesome.
Well, thank you. We hosted a regional bike patrol class, which allowed us the opportunity to get 4 of our officers also trained on our new bikes, which have been a great asset to our bike program. Again, I completed the renovation and expansion of the communications center. It was a full lot of work, replacing the electrical, HVAC, the furniture, which is just, it's a lot. But it looks really nice, and again, I do encourage you, if you have an opportunity to come look at it, I think you'd be quite pleased with the new center. And again, we completed a replacement of our marked cruiser fleet, which happens about every 4 years. Our community outreach activities included bike rodeos. Captain Martin started some elderly fraud scam presentations at Kendall, which have been very successful. Our haunted cruiser, which Sergeant Uppert has kind of led that charge on, is really great. I know the kids in the community like that.
You got to explain that one.
Yeah, it's pretty good what he does with the video parts of those too. The toucher trucks, we've had 2 of those this year, and that gets a good community turnout. And it's not just a police department toucher truck. We've got fire department, we've got DPW, all town departments. We bring in other entities and other law enforcement agencies, try to get the dark helicopter to come in when they're not on a call. So it is really a great community event. The CPR and AD classes, we presented those for Dartmouth College. Captain Martin is the one that spearheaded that. We've also trained DPW in that. And I think it's great to get our town employees trained in that, because you never know when they could save a life. So the more people that can have that type of training, I think it's really great. Same thing with the Stop the Bleed program, our active threat response trainings, and our book patrol, which is where officers and dispatchers go in and read to the kids in elementary school. We had great success with that. Josie's Drive and childhood cancer awareness, that's one of the things we're glad we partnered with, bringing awareness to childhood cancer awareness. Working with Dartmouth Hitchcocks and the hospital for that. It's a good thing for us as law enforcement to partner with. Greek Life Leadership Forums. The college invites us probably about 3 to 4 times a year now to meet with the Greek leaders every time they change their leadership and talk about our role and kind of our expectations. And I think that's been a good way to build relationships, but also kind of let them know kind of what those expectations are and what their liabilities are as leaders. We've also had the opportunity to provide crime prevention through environmental design, working with our houses of worship, of different ways they can increase security and keep safe in their house of worship. Next year goals, getting the initial accreditation, I would say is not the easy part, but it is the easy part. The hard part really becomes now every year going through that 4-year cycle of reaccreditation, making sure those standards as they change, having to update your policies. And also providing those proofs of compliance. The captain's pretty good with his cell phone and being able to take pictures, because a lot of times that can show some of that compliance, what you're doing. It's just an example. We're required to wear a high-vis visibility traffic vest when you're on a traffic accident or something like that. The easy way to show compliance is to take a picture. And so but he's really good at remembering that, so it works really well. Continuing our professional development and leadership training for all our staff. Increase internal and external training and resources focused on active threats and continued collaboration with various stakeholders. I know we did some bomb threat exercises with Dartmouth College recently, some tabletop exercises. So again, just working on those type of things and with the school district to make sure we're ready when those type of threats happen. Recruitment and retention, which is a nationwide problem, continues to be a nationwide problem. But training efforts include career fairs and outreach through technology. The captain and lieutenant were down at UNH today at job fair. Got some prospects out of that, so those seem to work in some way, but it's just hard right now to recruit. And also working on increasing staff wellness and resiliency programs and activities, working with the town's wellness coordinators. I know there's an event coming up next month. And again, getting people involved in what they can do to help themselves mentally. Our job's not easy, it can be stressful. There's a lot of trauma that you see out there in the world. So I think increasing staff wellness is a priority for us.
So, I don't think we have any changes to talk about personnel related outside of the general townwide updates. On the operating side, I don't know, so there's two different charges that are mentioned here. I don't know if any of you want to speak to either of those. Charlie, the prosecutor, yeah, I know that's the Prosecutorial Association that we belong to for prosecutor services, and those are just the rates going on.
So, yeah, it rotates on a 3-year average. So certainly if there's more activity and more time the prosecutor is spending, that's all put into a 3-year average formula. We just had a lot more activity that's required more prosecutorial time, and that's why that fee is more expensive than it has been in the past.
And then the new radio purchases is something that partially is being funded through ARPA, about $100,000 worth. And then the additional $77,000, which allows us to not only purchase the new radios, but allows us to buy radios that are at the beginning of their 10-year service cycle, whereas the ones that we had costed out a few years ago would be 5 years into their service cycle.
Yeah, almost 6 years.
Almost 6 years.
So it's almost 6 years old technology. So if you look at your computers, and really these new radios are like mini computers. So if you look back 6 years, what your computer did and what it does today, and Motorola only supports for up to 15 years. So it's probably worth that investment to move and get the newer technology versus starting with 6-year-old technology.
So based on that recommendation, we included that in the budget and the revenue to pay for that, as that's a pretty one-time, this is every 10 or 15 year purchase, excuse me, is offset through fund balance usage. On the revenue side, yeah.
I just have a quick question in the operating. Chief, is that $265,000, does that include consideration for, you told me that you're down 2 patrol officers. Have you considered that in your budget forward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the vacant positions are there. Elizabeth did a really great build-up by employee, including the vacant positions as well as looking at projected incentives.
Terrific. Thank you. Elizabeth.
Karen.
Yep. So it looked like, just looking at the financials that Ellen had provided, that you had state of New Hampshire grant revenues year to date of $228,000. Doesn't look like that was a budgeted activity or grants. Is that?
Yeah, and I'll probably let Doug Hackett. Is that?
We were successful in getting a $228,000 100% grant to pay for a radio upgrade that came in outside of the budget cycle.
Okay. Terrific.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Doug, we know you're renowned for doing that.
Well, and it helps because it was stuff that was in the capital reserve that we can now push out to purchase further out.
Great.
The dispatch, I know it's integral to a number of towns. Can you just comment on how you feel that's working? How do our clients, communities feel like it's working?
Right. I can tell you we dispatch about 26 different communities, which is about 50-something different entities within those communities. The word on the street is they're the gold standard. You talk to people out, whether it's Canaan or Enfield, other EMS, fire departments, they all love how Hanover does it. And we are the gold standard. They do an awesome job and very well respected in the communities they dispatch for. We've had several that have transferred from another dispatch center to us, and it's night and day difference. The dispatchers treat them well, great customer service, which is what we want to do, and so very well respected.
Any other questions for it?
Are there things that we as a select board can do to support your effort that we're maybe not aware of or not as focused on as we should be?
No, I think the select board's done very well over the years and through management of making sure we get the resources we need to and being creative, and it helps when you have people like Doug that is great with grants that can help offset some of those things. So we're appreciative of what the board does allow us to do.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. I was out walking about, hopefully everyone was today because it was such a beautiful day. saw a couple officers at the intersection today. Maybe you could, I know that there was like, learn how to cross the street and how not to ride your bikes and scooters on the sidewalk. Was that part of the is that what's going on, or?
So, yeah.
I didn't have a chance, they were busy, I didn't interrupt them.
There's a couple things. We do have a pedestrian grant that provides for overtime for officers to go do that. We haven't used a lot in the winter time. But the officers try to, on each shift, at least on day shift and evening shift, to spend some time out dealing with the pedestrian issues and the scooter issues and the bikes on the sidewalks, and making those notifications, those stops, help limit that and hopefully prevent that, or certainly reduce it. So it's been a concerted effort of ours to address that.
And today we did have 2 officers assigned to that specific detail.
I'd be interested to hear about their experience out there. I mean, there were some students who were like chit-chatty and some that were not very engaging, I would say. Doug?
I was on the desk today, they had a lot of pedestrian contacts. That was a highway safety grant those 2 were doing. And I would bet there was probably 40 or more contacts they did.
Yeah, I mean, while I was meeting with my colleague, I saw them chat with a few, and I was only there for like 10 minutes, so I think that's awesome. I think that's great, thank you.
And can you just give us a little sense of the nature of those conversations, or what's the protocol if something is on the side? I mean, how do those conversations go?
When they make those stops.
Yeah.
Primarily, we're trying to educate first, which is most important. I don't think we want to just start with citations, those type of things. And you have people coming from all over the world. And so they show up here and you get a new 25% new population every year. So starting with that education, we're starting to try to track that information so that the same story doesn't get repeated. The same person gets stopped and gets warned. But certainly the education part and helping people understand the dangers of that. And also the dangers of pushing them to the street. I have real concerns of pushing little e-scooters into the street. And they wear dark clothing and there's real no lights and things like that. So I think it creates other challenges. But all we can do is follow the laws that we have on the books.
And the law is e-scooters and e-bikes are considered vehicles and they need to ride on the road.
Yes.
So we need to be just thinking about how we can make that safer.
Right.
Above the age of 12, correct, Chief?
I'm sorry?
Above the age of 12.
Yes, right.
This is one of the things that we've talked about in our traffic safety meetings a bunch, and part of what we're going to be working on with the Regional Planning Commission is helping us get our ordinance and some other plans a little bit more worked out.
There's not a New Hampshire law about scooters on being a
I was
vehicle.
wondering about that. Thank you,
So,
Jenny.
So there's nothing on the
there's
books.
not a New Hampshire law, a state law, that says that scooters are vehicles.
Electric scooters can ride on the sidewalk, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there's not a New Hampshire law that categorizes them as vehicles, which is what you said.
Oh, okay.
So I just wanted to make that correction so there's not confusion about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we're getting, thank you, Jenny, that's very interesting, and the world's changing, but I think we're getting a little sidetracked too. Kari, I know you had some questions, I'm sorry. So can we, Kari needs a microphone, so would you able to? No, we need to be able to hear you, Kari. Not us,
If
but.
you're near the table, it'll be fine.
Just pull a chair.
You don't have to get hurt.
Okay. That chair's warm, so.
This one is too.
That's a good thing.
So Kari Asmus, Chair of the Finance Committee, and I have my spreadsheet, so I'll get us back on track here, and thank you for being here tonight. A couple of numbers jumped out at me. On revenues, I see that special details going up 15,000 or 14%. And I was wondering, I'm assuming part of that is a reflection that as salaries go up, you pass that along, but it seems to be a larger amount. So do you find that there is more demand for the special services now, or what's driving that increase in revenues?
Yep, certainly the increase in salaries and wages and benefits would play a percentage of that. And also, we also look and see if we're having more type of special details, whether they're construction details, there are special events with the college or something else, and trying to balance that, because it is a in and out.
And we also raised that outside detail fee last year to $80 an hour, up from 75. In addition, it's an in and an out. So while we pay the people to do the detail, we're charging the entity to pay us back. So it's an in and an out for the revenues and expense on that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
But
Just
that's
was-
why the raise, yeah.
was wondering, why that was being driven.
Yep.
And then the other percentages that struck me are in the dispatch area, overtime wages 41%. And I was wondering if that had to do with the sort of the era of the critical staffing shortages. Are we past that? No, but this is for next year, so you're anticipating it to continue?
But dispatch, and Doug can jump in here if he wants to, is always, the overtime line is always, goes way over. And so it's never been really fully funded in the way it should be. And I think that's one thing we've been working with the manager about, of funding those lines appropriately. Because dispatch is a one-for-one. You have someone calling sick, they're in training, they're on vacation, you have to fill that slot with overtime.
And we have an open position.
Oh, and you have an open position, but we did add the dispatcher, was that in fiscal year 23?
Yes.
We just haven't filled it enough to be there full staff.
That hasn't been filled yet, we've been trying to fill it since we got it in July.
Yeah.
And I have a retirement, a 33-year employee is retiring at April 1st. So we are a one-for-one. Every time somebody's out of the chair, we have to pay overtime to put somebody back in the chair. And over the years,
Doug, hold on 2 seconds. Nick, can you hear Doug? Where he is? It's okay? Okay, he's got a good projection voice. Keep going.
That's what the chief says. And so it is a one-for-one position, and our overtime line, if you look back over the last, I've been here in this position for 24 years now, I've never kept it under what they budgeted for it. It's not possible.
Okay, so it's just, the historical data, the realization.
I think in this town, we're probably the only division where if somebody's at training, out sick, on vacation, we have to backfill it with overtime.
And then FTE that we added last year was to fix structurally a shift where there was only one person working overnight. So it wasn't necessarily building any deeper bench in the dispatching, it was preventing an issue where, we had an emergency in the middle of the night and only one person was working. So it's sort of getting us to, like the absolute total bare minimum. But if we want to reduce the overtime line and do a couple other things, we probably have a little ways to go.
Have you then hit that critical staffing level where you need to, I think there's a provision in the contract that.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. And then it just also dispatch part-time is pretty flat there, I don't know, is there an explanation?
We have a couple of dispatchers that are on a set schedule.
Okay.
So they come in and they work their 3 hours each, so 6 hours a week or whatever, to fill in some holes.
Mhm.
So that stays pretty, it's a set schedule
It's
for
a
them.
pretty small, okay, all right, well, thank you. I'll be back for parking though.
We will be.
And one other thing I'll just add before we move on to parking, which is going to be from the same folks, of course, is just, I know we talked about Kalia a little bit, but there was a lot of effort that went into that, and I forget, is it 18, 20 New Hampshire municipalities that
I think 18 is
that are
about 18.
accredited?
Yeah.
So out of the couple hundred municipalities in New Hampshire, less than 2 dozen have actually achieved that, and I think that's something worth just reflecting on for a moment with our police department.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I sensed that earlier. The keeping our police department at the forefront of a good practice is just so commendable. I can't, no other words other than thank you and keep up the good work.
Congratulations.
Parking?
So parking, start off again, one of our, our parking clerk receiving an award for outstanding service. And then just some other photos there showing we're up a lot on our parking garage and some of our officers out and about in our kiosk and different things like that.
Since you've got a photo of the stairway, I haven't been down that in a while. Is that been repaired or?
That one has been repaired.
Yeah.
The stair railing was replaced with a stainless steel type railing. And we're wanting to do that. I think that's in part of the last CIP to do some repairs. That was one of the things we'd be doing that other stairwell across from the Howe Library.
And the stairwell behind the old League of Hanover.
Yeah, Craftsman.
Craftsman. Those stairs are pretty
Yes.
pretty dangerous, I would say. I don't know if they're in the CIP or not.
I thought they'd already been taken care of, but I'll check on that. I know it was in the works, we were working with DPW, who's gonna do a lot of that work.
Yeah. And if, you know, now's not the time. Well, today might have been, but only today.
Right.
Later in the season, probably. Parking.
And again, this is just a summary of our staffing level within the parking division, and talking about what they oversee, talking about the number of short-term metered parking spaces, 500, the different locations of our long-term metered areas within the town. Certainly that lays out the low-cost parking permit programs that we have, and talking just briefly about the parking garage. It's open 24/7 and has a total of 289 spaces in that garage. Year in review, we were able to, one of our parking enforcement officers, actually spearheaded a reconditioning project, going around looking at all our handicap parking spaces, a lot of our parking signs, and took it upon himself to go through and redo that, and did really an awesome job of making them certainly more visible, because I think that's the most important thing. When someone's looking for a handicap parking spot, they should be able to easily identify that spot, and he did a wonderful job with that. We also trained our parking division in CPR, AED, and Stop the Bleed. Issued them all tourniquets. We now have an AED in the parking vehicle in the office with first aid kits. And again, I think, you know, working to training our town personnel in that, they may really be able to save a life someday, being out and about and seeing a significant event happening. Parking division staff, we continue to identify increased efficiencies through better utilization of the parking software program and website. We continue to learn more and more of what that system will do. And again, it's about creating those efficiencies to make it better, not only for us internally, but also for our customers externally. And parking division staff started participating in the downtown Hanover meetings, which the town manager started, working with community stakeholders to identify ways to increase or enhance parking in Hanover. Our next year's goals to maintain the proactive maintenance and timely repairs to ensure optimal functionality and longevity of our parking facilities, and continue to replace our aging kiosks. Continue to enhance the advanced payment technology such as contactless payments, using apps and other type of things like that to provide customers with convenient and efficient payment options. Advocate for improved self-service in parking areas utilizing the online applications for payments. That's one area where people are having difficulty accessing the apps because the self-service isn't that great. I know the town manager is working with the college and some other entities of different ways to maybe increase that connectivity so that those will work better. Improve community feedback mechanisms using surveys and community forums to solicit input from stakeholders to identify areas for improvement and implement responsive solutions. We want to continue to work with other staff and community stakeholders to identify ways to support vibrancy and accessibility in the downtown, including starting to earmark a certain amount of parking revenue to go back to downtown projects, and evaluate parking utilization to inform medium and long-term strategic planning. So again, trying to engage those within the community and the business community of better ways we can work with the parking division, with the town, with the business owners and residents to make it better for everyone.
Great.
So I don't think there's a ton here. We've made a couple pretty small changes out within parking to reflect trying to get a little bit of additional sort of capacity working on some of the parking related questions that they've been so really wonderful about working on in the past year, but weren't quite set up to do all of that.
And I'll just add, you know, the reason why the personnel costs look, you know, a little bit unusual in the small increase is this is one of the departments where the flex or the benefit budget from 2024 was overstated. So it is one of the budgets where I went through and took a look at the actual, you know, use of the benefits and forecast any additions, and then so that's the biggest impact on this line. I just also like to say that as a finance team, we plan over the next several months to really study the costs associated with our credit card processing fees and with the pay by phone. Those costs are extremely high. They approach more than 10% of the parking revenue was loosely associated with the transactions. So we really need to dive in and understand what is driving those costs. It is a combination of using the apps and then also the credit card processing fees. But I think it's a real potential opportunity if we can find savings there.
We're not going back to coins, are we?
We'll stay with the apps, but
What about tokens, where you have to go pay in one machine and then get a token for the other machine?
Fair enough.
And that is, can I just follow up on that? So that's a big jump.
It's huge, though.
From 100 to 165. It looks like it's already running higher.
so this is another, there are two accounts. This account has always been under budgeted, and then the pay by phone fees was not budgeted. So that combination of really trying to reflect what we're experiencing is important so that we know what we need to address.
It looks like on the revenue side, backing out the transfers from reserves, which kind of muddy the water, it looks like maybe kind of a 10% increase. Big increase in parking meter fees from $850,000 to $1 million. This is the budgeted amounts. Are we seeing that? Is that still kind of a recovery from COVID years? It seems like a big, is that rate or usage or a combination?
Well, certainly there's been an increase in the rates and fees, which wasn't really fully vetted after COVID and all that. And it's just been more activity, so certainly there has been more coming in through the fine collection and things like that.
So, but in terms of the number of cards, is it kind of flat?
Yeah, I mean, it's still, you can find parking, so it's not where it was in 2018 and 2019 when we were scrambling to find more. You still find some parking, but it is starting to fill up more,
Yeah,
which is a good thing.
it is a great thing. The only complaints I've heard in that regard are during the time from 11 to 1 or something like that. That's where I get all the main complaints. Board, other questions? Kari?
Musical chairs, we do it all. I was, since we were just on revenues, I guess I did see that the temporary meter rental was down, and I remember hearing something about a construction project. Is that?
That's the HOP project,
Yes.
and so
We're making bank.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, they're getting close to being done. There may be another payment that comes after July,
Probably.
but it's not going to be significant. And again, it just depends on when the project really comes to conclusion.
But that was well timed, things are looking so much better for this account than
Right.
a couple of years ago.
I think another thing I just wanted to point
Quite
out
a
is
rate, by
that
the
when
way.
I went down to help parking, when Sergeant Ballard left, it became apparent that there was really no break in fiscal years. So people would pay in advance for their parking, and it would bleed over into the next year. And so then come June 30th, we weren't collecting on those because they'd already been prepaid. So I helped kind of mitigate that so that all permits will expire June 30th and they get renewed July 1. And so we were able to net out some of that income for the temporary meter parking and make sure that they cut a check for the end of June 30th and another one for July, so that we stay within our fiscal year, so that we're not, because otherwise the numbers were really hard to understand, or it fluctuated so greatly and we couldn't figure out why.
Well, I'm sure our auditors also appreciate that.
Yeah.
One of the things that caught my eye, but I don't have the full expectation of capital reserve contributions for the next however many years, because things have changed a little bit there. But I noticed that about half as much, or 80,000 less, is going into capital reserve in 25 and 24, if I have that correctly. I was just wondering whether that was strategic, because you're looking to eliminate, the deficit, there's about $100,000 left, or whether it was to start building up undesignated fund balance, or whether it was because you really felt like you only needed to put in half as much into capital reserves because there are fewer things out there on the horizon than you thought.
The town manager may want to comment on that. Certainly, our numbers are driven, Pete, who oversees the CIP, kind of drives, lets us know how much we need to put in, and certainly the manager has a new CIP committee together, so I'll let him respond a little bit more in depth.
I don't think I have much more about that, other than just thinking about repairs to facilities and buildings in general, really big ticket items. We'd really love, if possible, to try to get ahead, to get our facility analysis done, so that we can make repairs having a little bit better of a longer term plan to things. That's kind of my only general comment. I don't know if there's anything more specific you want.
I mean, I'll just comment that we did have at least planned a large capital expenditure in 2024, $520,000. And I think a lot of what we saw building up to 2024 was contributing to that. It looks like the next major expenditure really, I mean, there are some in 26 and 27, but in 2029, again, the plan has over $300,000. So I believe that the 84,000 contribution really is to balance that ongoing need for the current repair and replace projects that we're aware of.
Okay, I was gonna say that, despite whatever plans we may come up with, the parking fund does need to be self-paying. And so it really has, your reserve fund is your reserve fund.
Right.
And that's the one place you can turn for those sorts of things. I guess what we did recently get the fiscal year 22 audit, and one of the things that the auditors flagged was that the parking budget was overspent in 22. And so I was just wondering if there were sort of special circumstances that led to that, if there's a mechanism in place for monitoring so it doesn't happen again, because that's a violation of state budgetary statute, etc. So I was wondering if there was, if there was a background on that or a take on that.
Well, I'm probably going to turn it over to finance, because it looks like she's looking for
But
something
she wasn't
over
here
there.
in 22.
No, it's we were still recovering from COVID and people were not using the same facilities, and we were shut down during COVID and still having to pay our bills, such as, advanced transit and all of that. So I think that it's still been a road to recovery. I think one step in the right direction was bringing up, changing the rates and fees last year. And so I think that that's gonna help, but, it's still something that when you're looking at 2019 through now, it's still really hard to gauge. But a lot of people are using permits, a lot of people are using the garage, it's just, I think it's coming back around.
It was a matter that the budget said that you would spend, X, and you spent X, plus whatever, 20,000.
What that
Right,
is.
and there were revenues to cover it, it's just you're not allowed to spend more than you set out to
I don't
spend.
know.
But it sounds like it could have been COVID, it sounds like it could have been the general anomaly that was occurring here at that time.
But I think if you look, as Elizabeth mentioned, advanced transit, it's a huge hit into the parking budget, hundreds of thousands of dollars. You look at COVID and how everything slowed down, people started working remotely, that all carried over into 2022. And when you have a $200,000 or $300,000 bill that's not going down and you're still paying it, it really hits that budget.
Right, well, again, the revenues were enough to cover it, was just that we spent more than we were planning to, so, but that's okay, we'll just,
We have to dig in.
Yeah.
Dig in and see what those were.
I mean,
because
if there are
I'm not
lessons to
familiar.
be learned, we just need to learn them,
Sure.
that's all.
And I actually need to look, Kari, I just have the output of the general ledger, in the budget templates, and it would indicate, if I'm making sure I'm on parking, actually that, at least in our general ledger, that we weren't overspent. So I need to take a look at whether it's adjusting journal entry. I do need to dig in, I'll take that as a follow-up.
Yeah, again, it's always just learning whatever lesson there is to be learned, and understanding that that was a very difficult year on numerous levels. And then I guess my final question was, I did have a question about the slide where it mentioned that you might earmark a certain amount of parking revenue to give back to downtown projects. And I didn't know if there was if you had information about how that can happen, what statutory mechanism, because if you bring in revenues
Parking, it has
for
to stay in
parking, I
parking.
didn't know how we could then pass them on for another project.
So how does that work for advanced transit?
Well, I mean, so that's in the budget, but, so I don't have a page number, but this.
No, what I'm saying, how does that work for advanced transit?
Transportation demand management.
Well, I guess that the thing with the rationale behind the advanced transit was that by having advanced transit, we were lowering demand on, for parking, that if we provided the parking, we would have to expend more money, so it was considered to be a legitimate parking related expense, and that it kept the expense down. Whereas when they were talking about earmarks, certain amount of parking revenue to give back to downtown projects, that didn't sound necessarily parking related, that
So
sounded.
they're really I don't know, yeah, maybe that's mislabeled in the slides, in the budget document, in the Excel sheet, where this account was included, it's $25,000 for transportation and mobility projects.
Okay.
So they would be predominantly around downtown, I would suspect. But that's what that is. That's a new account that we created this year. And part of the idea is that, like with advanced transit, I mean, we've got a few things in a few odd places.
Yep.
Right, so advanced transit should be supported. I think you can make a pretty, easily justified argument that public transportation benefits from support from taxpayers, but also from parking ratepayers, that all of those audiences should be putting money into things like that. And so it's sort of along the same lines there, is that if we're looking at transportation and mobility projects that make it easier to get in and out of the downtown or move around the downtown, or assist with, if we're doing different projects related to bringing your bikes or scooters into the downtown, that there's a good justification for the parking fees that people come here and pay could go into supporting those projects. So it's not a general, yeah.
Right,
So
it was, and I would say maybe then it was just the verbiage here that just says get back to downtown projects.
Agreed, and maybe that, that's not the right language. In the Excel sheet, I think it's labeled as transportation and mobility or
I think I did
something
see
like
it.
that, yeah.
That, and that makes.
So that's the same thing,
Which is why
which you
I'm not
wouldn't
asking
necessarily
about
know, right.
this, it was like,
Right.
okay, that makes sense, this.
But that's the same
It was like,
thing, right.
but it's the same thing,
Yeah.
okay, great, and then I guess the question just would be,
Sorry.
would we start to do that before we get the undesignated fund balance for the parking fund, sort of back into the level, I think that the select board, the policy for the parking fund is that it should be between 5 and 10%, it's not the same as for the general fund. So I guess that was just a concern about how, we have a lot of things we wanna do, but there is that policy that says that it should have something in its undesignated fund balance, which right now, because it's a negative all overall, it has 0. So it was just sort of seemed like we should get this out of the hole, and then we should get our, our reserves and before maybe counting on the
Revenue
parking fund
for-
to do more.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly an argument to be made there, but we also increased the amount of funding last year to advanced transit, which comes out of the parking fund, and Hanover doing that allowed advanced transit to offer 2-hour later service and Saturday service, because we were sort of the first one out of the gate, and they sort of helped use us adding that to go around to other towns. So you could perhaps make that argument. I might make a different argument, which is that even while we're catching up, that additional money that we put in advanced transit that allows us to expand public transportation in Hanover and the Upper Valley is probably worth it. And so I think it's a sort of judgment call on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and then, and maybe it would be then for, I think if the select board, wanted to review their policy, I think there may be that policy hasn't been reviewed in a number of years, so there might be a number of reasons to do that, and this might be another one.
Yeah, Kari, I don't think anybody wants a negative fund balance, so.
Oh, yeah, no, I know, so, and so it's just, again, there's competing demands that aren't moving in the same direction, so how do you?
I think we're moving forward, though. Yeah, you said that already.
If we looked at where the
Yeah.
fund was, and,
Great.
and it's just making sure that everything is very healthy.
Any other questions, Kari?
That would do it for me.
Awesome. Thank you, team. Thank you, chief.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. It's been,
Really good.
yes, absolutely.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
So we're moving to Parks and Rec, I believe. A lot of smiling faces on the pictures.
Yes.
Oh, is that, were there any how to change a tire?
Yes.
Bicycle time.
Liz, are you doing that? No.
That's not me leading.
No, I know, I don't see you there, but you must have been
I
involved.
took the picture.
Oh, okay. I can help with that. If you do that again, I'll help.
Great. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm John Sherman, the Parks and Rec Director, and tonight I have with me Liz Burdette, the Assistant Director, and Nicole Leonard, the Out of School Time Program Director. First slide we have, we're starting with, I wanted to start with our org chart because that really kind of shows the major changes we have to our department for FY25. The first major change is bringing over the community services into Parks and Recreation, and that would include staff-wise the community nurse and the welfare director, but also all of the 12 social services agencies as well would be under us. So that's a proposal for that end, and then the other second major proposal we have is adding a full-time position to the grounds division. Right now we have 3 full-time employees in the grounds division. This would add the 4th full-time employee, and we're looking to fund that partially through our reductions of the seasonal staff line in the grounds division. Right now that traditionally has funded 4 full seasonal staff, 2 of them at 6 months, 2 of them at 8 weeks, and we're proposing to eliminate the 2 6-month positions and 1 of the 8-week positions, and that would give about $43,000 towards that new full-time position.
That's great.
Yep.
Well, and the events and media manager's another new position.
No, that was added last year. The ones in orange are actually the current vacancies we have. So we have 3 vacancies right now. Well, at the time when I submitted this, we had 3 vacancies. So I'm happy to announce we did fill the events and media position, and that individual is starting next Monday. So we currently have 2 vacancies. So.
Thank you.
And John, do you mind if I give a little more context on the couple of these changes here too?
Yep.
But I know these are sort of big things, and we've talked about them only very sort of briefly so far. But we've been having a lot of interesting conversations with a lot of departments last year, but especially Parks and Rec, especially around capital and just sort of looking at long-term planning and things like that, and sort of bringing them into the fold a little bit more in those respects. And as we were talking about a couple of those things, on the sort of community and social service side, it sort of seemed to start coming out in some of the conversations that this is an area that Parks and Rec already navigates into. I know there's a lot of engagement and more before COVID with seniors, but we have this sort of odd, we have a couple of these external facing positions like our community nurse and our welfare coordinator, who are both under the human resources budget. And even though I know our HR director very much enjoys participating in all those activities, I talked to a lot of other towns in New Hampshire, and the sort of idea of parks, rec, and community service is actually not uncommon because they're already so connected into a lot of the demographics and sort of specific communities that the welfare coordinator, who they already interact with by helping get scholarships for people who are doing parks and rec programs, so there's already sort of connection points and a workflow there. To the senior services side, and then the social services kind of fits in there, as does the community nurse. So we started thinking about ways to try to provide some better oversight of that throughout the year. So that's not something we really have in place right now. There's not a staff person whose responsibility is overseeing
the social service agencies and whether the services are being delivered and what the sort of impact on the community is, and if it's sort of working for us or not. And one of the ideas was that as they come in here, not tomorrow, but a year from tomorrow, that we would love to be able to sort of present and show information and, is this meeting our needs, is it not, doing some community surveying, following up with people, all that sort of stuff. And so as we talked about it more, it seemed like a really interesting idea to float this year. And then the other piece on the ground side, similarly, and as John mentioned, this has been done similarly in the fact that it's sort of another, having lots of conversations and then realizing that there may be an opportunity here. And part of that was triggered by, a lot of the different entities in town that have green space that they interact with to some degree. So whether it's the Conservation Commission, whether it's the Conservancy, which is obviously not a town department, whether it's Hanover Improvement Society, whether it's the Trescott Company, or any of these different entities, there's forester and grounds services that all those different entities use. And while we were trying to figure out how to fill some of the, they're all the seasonal positions.
Right, seasonal is an area where since COVID, we haven't been able to fill the seasonal grounds positions. The 6-month positions haven't been filled consistently since 2018.
And part of that was our healthcare cutoff, I think, is that we set this standard about when you had to get insurance that we're changing. But part of it is that they're not super well paid positions, they're only part of the year. And that ends up putting additional work on other staff who have to make up for the vacancies in the seasonal positions, and it sort of creates this whole cascade. So, we talked with the staff and we identified potentially by consolidating a couple of those seasonal positions, 3 of them, that we could almost fund the creation of 1 new position, and that person could be a higher skilled position that would be on full time, and maybe over time there's an opportunity that's not built into this budget, but in the future where there's a potential revenue opportunity of having other entities in town contract with the town for services related to the maintenance of green space. And instead of having, for example, 12 different arborists or foresters, maybe the town hires 1 or 2 people, and then all those entities contract with those people from the town, so the knowledge is sort of a little bit more organized. So that was part of where these conversations came to. I just wanted to add a little bit of that in that, and appreciate everybody's conversations, John and Liz, and Nicole and Asa. I mean, there's been a lot of conversations about this stuff, and it's been sort of fun to think through.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've had a lot of meetings with the Conservation Commission about this as well, because they have a lot of needs for the town. Right now it's being done through a lot of volunteers that are aging out. So, part of this is helping them out with, those needs as well.
So we kind of get a little bit of a better service on our end, but we also provide better for some other entities, and that's sort of the idea with some of this.
Yeah, I can tell you the Conservation Commission is really excited about that.
Oh yeah, we are too. We're excited to be, working with them closely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks for letting me jump in.
Yep.
Nancy, do you have a question?
I have a quick question before we leave the social services side of it. John, can you create that whole scheme without making it too bureaucratic or too top-heavy for the social services, all of whom are, kind of staffed to the limit and writing reports for New York, for New Hampshire and Concord and all, and can we, whatever we do, help them rather than add a bureaucratic reporting burden to them?
Right, so Liz and I are going to work closely with them, because the last thing I want to do is just add more hoops for them to jump through. But I also think it's important for the town to get some kind of reporting back throughout the year, so we know, our money's going to good use and how it's actually impacting the community and the citizens in Hanover. So, my idea was maybe, some kind of just quick forms that they could fill out throughout the year or something to, give that reporting back, so it's quick and easy on their end, and we have something to track that by. But again, it's going to have to be meeting with these agencies to see, what works best for them.
Yeah, some of the money that we give to the, we're giving like $4,000 or $6,000. So, in terms of our fair share, making them jump through too many hoops is, it doesn't seem like we should be adding bureaucracy to their lives. They come in here once a year and show us the numbers in terms of how many Hanover residents they serve and the greater Upper Valley, because, you know, we have spillover effect. Most people can't live in Hanover, but they live in Lebanon and White River. And as a result, you know, we have to do our fair share. So I am loath to add bureaucracy to these nonprofits that have very limited staff to do what they already have to do, is go to every town and say, may we please have $4,322.07. So I think it's great that there'll be oversight, but please don't add monthly reporting or even.
No, we don't even have to pass it enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we also wanna keep it simple for ourselves as well.
Good.
And I've done a lot of board work for nonprofits, so I have experience with both sides, so.
Yep.
Great.
Good.
Looking forward to exploring that more.
I think the hope too is that with having some staff, like checking things out a little bit and definitely agree not creating the bureaucracy, that we also may get a sense of, are there needs in the community that aren't being met by, like, right, we're sort of responding as agencies come in and request stuff, but we don't have a proactive mechanism for determining whether X need is out there in the community, and then saying, okay, are we providing that need, or are we going to go out and find, we're going to put an RFP out and find an organization that can provide that need. And so part of the idea is that people with some expertise and experience in the sort of field, like being a little bit more involved on a, maybe not a daily basis, but a weekly or monthly basis in what's happening, they might be able to come back to the select board too and say, hey, these organizations are doing great, but there's this gap here that nobody's doing anything, and we'd love to see something here, and we can provide it, or we can help find an organization that can provide it. So it might allow us to get into a more proactive stance with regard to supporting social services too.
That's a really good point, Alex. I have a question for you, John. Do we, with all of these changes, and I'm supporting all of it, I'm very supportive of all of it, do we need to change the name of the department? I mean,
some towns use community services for the Parks and Rec department, and some keep it as Parks and Rec, you know, and then we just focus on, you know, the 4 divisions within the department.
Yeah.
So.
We'll have to ponder that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, where, this is presentation's been awesome. Where are we in the?
We got a ways to go.
We got a ways to go. Keep at it, just started. Keep going, John.
We're not
getting. If you thought that was a big topic.
All right, here we go. So since COVID, New Hampshire and Vermont have been in a childcare crisis, and there's a lot of need for childcare in the Upper Valley. Just in our department alone in the last year, we've had 2 full-time staff need to leave their positions because they were unable to find childcare. And then another staff who wasn't able to end up taking the position that she had accepted because she was unable to find childcare as well. The OST programming in Hanover Parks and Recreation at large tries to fulfill those community needs that we have for childcare. And so we are hoping to move forward offering full-time care. We have a current play program that initially started out as 3- and 4-year-olds. That was not the need of the community, so we have a few 2-year-olds in our program now. And that seems to be that 1- and 2-year-old range where people aren't able to find childcare right now. And so we are hoping to move forward, switching that program to full-time and potentially growing from there. Our biggest obstacle, as you can see the big question mark up there, is finding space in Hanover, and then the rental fees for that space. John, Liz, and I were able to look at a downtown location, which was definitely out of our price range last year, and we've not been able to find a space that's affordable at this point. So that's our biggest obstacle, but we are hoping to be able to move that program to full-time and then expand from there as we have with our other OST programming that we do.
And the way it's in the budget right now is that there's, even though we show a $12,000 contribution from taxpayers, I think the way we have it in the budget right now is there's actually no tax impact to the program, so that the revenues match out the expenses, which basically gives us the opportunity to explore this. We're in obviously some tight constraints space-wise, and you know, there's been a few conversations started with some stakeholders in Hanover to try and understand if there are spaces that can be done for that amount of money that would allow us to get going on a program like this. But there is no tax impact. So basically, if we put this all together and we get 6 months down the road and we realize that we can't launch the program for some reason, there's no, other than the staff time spent on it, which seems, there's a big benefit to, there's no tax impact to trying to start the program and not being able to. So we try to set it up that way. And there was one other point, but I don't remember it.
So I have a question. So we all have read, just like we've read about housing, the incredible childcare need. We also have read that CCBA has recently closed. We know through the after-school program that you haven't been able to find and keep staff. So I'm just wondering if we can't do what we've already had to reduce our after-school program, which is a huge demand for K through 5th graders. If we're not able to staff that and have it meet the current demand, why are we jumping into babies and toddlers?
Yeah, so I am happy to say that finally this school year, we have gotten back to full staffing at our after-school program, and we no longer have a wait list. So we did offer space to everyone that was on the wait list this year. We're not back to full numbers because I think people stopped getting on the wait list because there wasn't an option to get into the program. That was sort of what was happening since COVID. So I feel like this has been the first school year that we are back to that. A lot of childcare centers in the area also aren't able to offer benefits. And that's why a lot of people are leaving this profession, is because the hourly rate is low and you're not getting benefits on top of it. So here at the town of Hanover, we're able to offer those things. And so we already have this program that's half day, so we're just extending it to a full day program. And like Alex said, we're gonna try to start this small and see how it goes. And if it's not something that pans out, then it's not something that pans out. But all of our other programming in the past that we've sort of made a leap on has ended up working out, and we've been able to expand those programs, a lot. So, yeah, I'm excited to try it out, and I do think that it will succeed, and there's definitely a need for it. The staff is there too. They're starting to come back. We've seen that a little bit in the last year, which is really positive, and so hopefully we'll continue in that direction.
But I think the other question I have is in terms of babies and 2-year-olds, the per staff numbers required by the state.
Yeah.
And just the whole permitting process for that age group is much more rigorous than 3- and 4-year-olds.
So we will follow the New Hampshire child care licensing as far as ratios go, but as a municipality, we don't need to go through all of that licensing process. So we don't have to follow the same rules and regulations, but we will follow the ratios that are suggested by the state.
Yeah, and one of the benefits of being license exempt is that we don't have to follow the same hiring there we go, there's the word I want, right? So people who don't necessarily have, all of the ECE credits, the early childhood credits, but are interested in working in childcare or have experience, but just not the formal education, we would be able to hire those candidates.
Yeah, I know that there's a need, but I am just really, really reticent to be going there until we have like a nice solid year that we're offering the full programming that we have done in the past. So that's just my 2 cents.
Nancy.
Thank you. Are you limiting this to Hanover residents only? You literally have to show a utility bill or a lease or something like that in?
Currently, we're not. We haven't really decided how we're going to do that moving forward. We're hoping this would also be helpful for town employees. So employees who need childcare, we would reserve a couple of spaces for that as well, because obviously that's been a problem for us. So we haven't really decided on that, but right now it's open to residents and non-residents, and we do have large families in the program right now.
But for your after-school program,
The after-school program is just Hanover residents, and no, we don't really require that because they come to us right from the race school. So it's kids
Right.
that are registered at the race school.
Right. So when you say that you have Norwich families.
In our play program, this program that we're talking about, the
In the
younger kids.
Play program,
Yes.
but not the infant portion of a play program.
We don't have infants right now.
That hasn't been, yeah.
Right, that would be in the future.
I share Joanna's concern. Let's do what we do really well and really solidly, and then look around, because infants are a whole, they're a different
Nicole's
league.
done them, she took care of my kids.
I did, and we have 2-year-olds right now, so that's where we would start with, is the current program that we have. There was a 2-year-old program locally that closed down this year. And so I would expand where we are right now and then go from there.
Okay.
The 3 FTE staff, what hours are we talking about? Is it starting at 6:30 or what are you thinking about time-wise?
Yeah, our staff are 40 hours, so we would probably be open, 8.5 hours a day. Yeah, we would offset their breaks in staffing with our other staffing that we have in the office right now. So basically right now we have full-time staff in the office, and then they go into our after-school program in the afternoon, and some of them work in our play program in the morning. So they would help offset the hours, but we'd probably be open like 8.5 hours a day.
Okay.
So no, we wouldn't be able to start at 6:30 in the morning.
No, okay, so at $2,000 per month, is that what you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, these are numbers that we put together to sort of present this and started to think about, but there's a lot more to get into to make final planning if we decide to move forward with this.
So I know the biggest need is really affordable child, and I'm wondering, $2,000 a month, how affordable?
Yeah, it would have to be a scale that slides with the different age groups. So this is just, one number, but yeah.
So just one more thought in terms of, so your experience is there's not as big a demand for 3 and 4-year-olds? Or is there a demand?
Well, we didn't have that for a half-day program. That's where we were starting with our play program, was with 3 and 4-year-olds, and it wasn't 3 and 4-year-olds that needed that old type of preschool programming where they just came in the morning. That wasn't the need that we were finding. So we ended up just mostly with 2-year-olds and, parents asking for this to be more of a full-day program.
So the one thing that we've seen happen in Norwich is they have a pre-K program now, public school, 3 and 4-year-olds. And I'd like to encourage, if that's a demand that you see, like for full day 3 and 4, I think it would make sense to have conversations with the Hanover School District to say, hey, you have a facility here, what are our enrollment numbers? Can we do something together and really, use the resource, like our school buildings, if possible? And I know that's a whole nother story, we won't go there tonight, but they are our buildings, not, it's the town of Hanover buildings.
Do we have a sense of what the insurance implications of this might be? I mean, I think for after school, people sign waivers, but I don't believe that's the case in childcare centers. There is liability.
Yeah, I don't think we've talked about that yet. Yeah.
Any other questions, board? Carrie, did you have another question?
No, I was relieved to hear that your license exempt, because I was looking at the 100-page New Hampshire childcare program licensing rules, and I was like, that's a lot.
Yeah, I've run a daycare center before, as Joanna mentioned, and yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. And I've run license programs as well, so we're both familiar with the regulations.
Kari.
We haven't done the.
Oh my God, we're not even there yet.
Sorry, Kari.
Kari, yeah, sorry.
It was on the topic.
Yep, just write, I'm sure you'll write it down.
All
Please
right.
continue, guys.
All right, I'll go quickly. So the retention and recruitment, that's something that we've talked about for a while, so I won't really say too much about it, except for that has been the motivating factor in the restructuring that John and Alex talked about. So hopefully we'll be able to, this will be an opportunity to be able to provide more services to the town. With the grounds department, they did find emerald ash borer this past winter at the parking garage. The trees that were the most infected were immediately removed, and they are currently monitoring the other trees. 8 trees in the downtown are currently being treated, and we're looking to expand those services coming up, obviously, to protect the trees. And actually just today in a meeting, ASA told us that at Costello Fields, they found more of the emerald ash borer, so we need to have a conversation soon about what's going to happen with those trees. Obviously, we'll just keep monitoring now that we know the insects are here in town. The department found great success in our preschool program with the play program that Nicole talked about, and with our athletics. So as Nicole mentioned, it was a little bit of a slower start coming back. This program was originally began in fall of 2019, and it started with a pretty strong start for enrollment with 3 and 4-year-olds, as Nicole mentioned. And then COVID hit, everything shut down. And then this was our last childcare program to come back online, mostly due to staffing capacities. So we're now at a point, obviously, where we're able to provide that. So slowly through, I guess, a little bit of trial and error and expanding our age group, we are now on an upward trend with our enrollment. So we're excited about that. In terms of our youth athletics, we offered soccer for the first time for pre-K kids. This is an ask that's people have been asking about for a few years now, maybe like 5 or 6. So that was really exciting. It was full, so we offered a second session of it where kids just had, a chance to run around outside and get some basic soccer skills. We offered basketball this past fall, and in the spring we're excited to offer baseball, and those are co-ed opportunities. And then just to finish this slide, I want to thank all of the businesses, the downtown businesses who helped with all of the Allen Street activities, and a special thank you to Kieran Campion from Sawtooth and Allie Levy from Still North, who were instrumental in helping us pull off all the activities on Allen Street. So thank you to both of them and all of the businesses downtown. We're looking forward to seeing what comes next.
Goals for next year. Couple I really want to focus on is the pre-K sports programs and expanding that. And one way we're going to be able to get that expansion going is we started talks with the school department about something that we've all talked about for many years, and that's the transition of 7-8 sports back to the schools. So we actually have had a number of really good set meetings with the SA, with the superintendent, athletic director, and principal of the middle school, and they're all on board, we're on board, so we're actually working collaboratively to make this happen. So our goal right now is to have a proposal for FY26 for the start of the transition, and we're going to work this coming up year to get that all in place and get ready for FY26. So we're all excited about that. I think the school can offer some, things that we currently can't, such as transportation and stuff. And, really, we're one of the only communities in the area that do 7-8 sports as a rec department. It's traditionally done in the middle school. So we're excited to see that happen. And then the other things, really, what we've talked about already is, the grounds restructuring and working with the Conservation Commission and some of the other communities, committees in town. And the social services aspect, getting everything in place for that transition, working with the new staff. We're excited to be able to offer, both Doris and Jen some support with our staff with what they do. We met with Jen last week, and she's excited for the transition. So we're really looking forward to that as well.
Great.
Yep.
Wow. I think, Carrie, you were first.
Are there, John, are there budget or facility implications with the athletics transfer?
And that's what we're working on for the next year. We do have money budgeted for, all the 7-8 athletics with the officials and equipment and all that. So this year we're going to be looking over that, like what equipment can we give off to the school that we're no longer going to use, uniforms, that type of stuff, and getting that all in place. And, and then that'll also give us opportunity, through the budget as well, through some of the savings to start really go full steam into the preschool athletic as well.
Of course, it'll probably increase the school budget a little bit, which.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends how and this is all things we're talking about,
But I agree with you, John, it's needed.
Yeah, we've talked about.
Carry on, sorry, did I interrupt?
No, but those programs charge fees. I mean, were those programs paying their own way in terms of fees, or was it being subsidized?
Which ones?
The athletic, 7-8.
The 7-8?
Yeah.
They're covered mostly by fees. There's some things that we still budget for, such as, like purchasing a set of soccer balls. That stuff we actually budget for because, the fees basically cover, the officials for the year, the paint for the fields, uniform replacements, that type of stuff. But when you're talking, a couple $1,000 for a set of soccer goals, the fees don't traditionally cover that type of stuff, so. And we'll still need that for the 3, 4, 5, 6 groups anyways. But these are all things, we have the next year to kind of hash out and figure out how it's gonna work.
That's great news.
Yeah.
Nancy.
So I'll share my biases.
Mhm.
Can you truly call 3, 4, and 5-year-olds playing sports rather than going out and playing on a field? I mean, the specter from me, is raised by a 4-year-old saying to another 4-year-old, "Nah, you lost, I won." That to me is a nightmare of childhood.
Right.
Yeah, they're skills-based programs, right, so.
Right, so it's not teaching them, the actual rules of the game.
Yeah.
There's a national program called Start Smart Sports.
Uh-huh.
And that is basically, it's child parent participation. So, it's an opportunity for the parents and the child to get together and kick the ball back and forth and start the structure of the athletic programs. But it's not, we're not making teams, they're not trying to, get a goal, it's just, it's more of just, basic motor skills and getting out there and having some structured fun.
We're not creating 3-year-old winners and losers.
Correct, exactly, right. Yeah, they're not playing like an organized sport.
No, most of our K-2 programs don't play competitions either.
Right.
So it's.
Mm-hmm.
Great. They have a whole lifetime ahead of them to do that. Thank you.
Good.
I think we can, so we got, did you finish the
That was it.
goals?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna get to the budget.
Budget itself is very quiet.
There was nothing on here for us
Yeah.
to.
Because you talked about all that,
Yeah, we
you
kinda
you
covered
wove it in
Yeah.
your
Yes,
narration.
Okay,
We can provide a few more numbers, I don't know why.
I was surprised when I looked at that, but I do think one of the challenges is that with the overlay of the childcare costs, the comparisons and the year-over-year comparisons are really lose their meaning. So.
But we did break out, there's not a large cost to all the other stuff, which is about $5,000, so just moving a couple things around.
And I will say, I might touch one of Kari's questions on the past, but all of the social service, all of those budgets, for Jen Handrich and for yours, are still on the HR tab. Yeah, so because moving them mechanically just, it didn't make sense at that point, we will move them around so that they do roll up, but.
Are those two positions in particular, are they going to be residing in your building so that if I need the community nurse, I would go to your building to find her?
That's what we're planning to do. Right now, neither of them have set office hours or a set office. They're both based out of town hall here, so if they set up meetings, it's usually in this room here. But we will have office space and meeting rooms at the community center for them. So, yeah.
And that's another sort of benefit, because we really don't have any space here. If someone to have a confidential meeting with a client for a welfare issue, we don't really have anywhere.
I forgot, is Jen Gantrish an employee or do we contract with her? I can't remember.
She's an employee, she's paid through payroll.
Okay. Other questions, board? Karen?
Stay out, I think it's
busy year. So going back to the revenues though, there's a line that says Rec Com Center program revenues. And I was wondering, is that programs or is that also rentals and it's going up by $30,000?
That is the community center revenues, and that is a combination of rentals and programs. So, last couple of years, we're doing really well, we're getting back up to our pre-COVID numbers. So like this year, we're budgeted 70,000 in revenue, we've already hit that, we're at 72,000 right now. And we're on track to hit 100,000, last year we hit 112,000. So that's why we bumped that up to actual revenue numbers this year.
Yeah, and I mean, I do see, that you're, at 100% of what you were planning for this year and you're in February. So
Exactly.
that's looking really,
Yeah.
looking really good.
Yep.
And then to sort of put a finer point on, Terry's question, just to understand, and I know everything's gonna change once the venue for middle school sports change, but also for adult programs. My understanding always was that, the fees paid for the direct costs that you're talking about, and that for youth programming, they didn't also carry part of administrative costs, but that adult programs do pay for direct costs as well as some of the indirect costs, or is that dated?
I think that's dated, because, I mean, we do have some in the, for the youth athletics that go to administrative costs. So there's some in there, but it's not a huge fee. I mean, that's basically Justin, who's the athletic manager right now, is covering all that. So we have some money for that, but most of the fees are going towards, the actual program costs.
Also for the adult programs,
The adult programs cover their own through their fees.
right, and do they cover some of administration as
Oh,
well?
yes, yeah.
Yeah, so it was sort of a two-tier, fee schedule, or what it would cover for youth programs versus adults.
Right.
Okay, I just, that's what I tried to explain to people, and it occurred to me, well, I might be wrong, so I should double check that. I guess going back to the childcare proposal, I think one of the things that might strike a lot of people is, you're looking at 3 FTEs and it says $154,000.
Yeah.
So, I think one question would be, given the difficulty of hiring, is that realistic? And I guess I'm wondering, I mean, you've already mentioned that one of the advantages of working for the town, which I've also thought, I mean, not only you get benefits, but you are signed up with New Hampshire retirement system. So no matter where you go in the state of New Hampshire, if you get a job with the town, you can continue to be invested in the system, so that's really quite a advantage. So would these salaries be commensurate with the take-home pay that you would get at another daycare center? Or does this take into account that actually your total compensation is quite a bit greater? Because you get both your take-home pay and more benefits than other similar employers.
So right now, like the Dartmouth Child Care Center pays $1, about $1 more on their high end than what we pay right now.
Okay.
But, like you said, with the benefit structure, there's other added, bonuses for working for us. So I think it's comparable. We have 2 positions vacant right now in the OST programs. We have some good applicants on hand right now, and we're confident we'll be filling them shortly. So I think we're seeing a turnaround in our staffing for once, which knock on wood, I don't want to jinx, but we're it's looking good right now.
Okay, and just the tail costs did not, that did not ring a bell for me, what tail costs means.
So the tail cost is the benefits cost.
The benefits.
So that's workers' comp, health care.
Yeah, so some departments have just FB from, just tail costs, okay. And then, a couple of years ago, we put some money in the budget for when MLS4 showed up, because taking down trees is not cheap.
Correct.
And we were concerned then that it could really outstrip what we would put in the budget. So I'm just wondering, how are we standing now?
We're doing well. I'm not in the vein of just cutting down ash trees for the sake of avoiding this issue, but what we've done is, if it's an ash tree and it's, if we need to take that for another reason, or, you know, we think it's gonna be acceptable to it, we'll take it down. So we have been doing more removals, but we've also really increased our servicing of those trees through inoculation. And inoculating for emerald ash borer is very expensive compared to like, so elm trees, we inoculate elm trees against Dutch elm disease. That is once every 3 years, and it's not, you know, we can do, for the same money that we budget for ash trees, we can do 8 ash trees, and for elm trees, we can do about 15 to 20 ash trees for the same amount of money. Elm trees for the same amount of money. And emerald ash borer also needs to be done every other year. So it just costs more to inoculate these trees for those factors, so that's really where we've been focusing our efforts.
How much are we talking about?
It's about, for that 8 trees that we're doing, it's about $3,500, $3,500.
A year, or every 2
Well,
years?
it's every year because we'll do 4 to 6 1 year, then we'll do 4 to 6 different trees another year, then go back to these other 4 and 6. So we're just swapping that out every other year, to keep that budget the same instead of having a big spike every year. Like, you know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So that's what we're focusing on right now.
Okay. And then my last question was just, in past years, you talked a lot about and had goals for senior programming.
Yeah.
And I didn't hear anything about that, and again, it just seems like there's a lot on the plate.
Senior programming is the one area that has not recovered since COVID. And we have tried doing coffee hours, you know, board game days, you know, just card games. You know, the one thing that has been very successful is our grab and go lunch. So the seniors love that. You know, we're doing, you know, we do it once a month, and we're getting upwards of 70, 75 people signed up for that. And even with that, we do it once a month. We were trying to do a bingo day. You know, so come pick up your grab and go lunch, come inside, do bingo. And we were getting about 4 to 6 people. But then even that kind of tailed off. It didn't start growing. So it's been a struggle just to get that, you know, demographic back into the community center.
And it's just, you know, again, there are, so much, you know, so many things you potentially could do, and I just sort of wondered what are the trade-offs?
And that's one of the areas that we're really hoping, you know, bringing Doris into the department, you know, working with her to kind of, you know, bounce ideas off of, because she's in these houses. You know, Liz was looking over her, you know, the history of her visits and all that, and a lot of them are, you know, for loneliness and depression. You know, so there's a lot I think we can do to get those people to come out and, you know, get together in a group. So that's an area we really want to focus on.
I mean, our community supports everybody, but, you know, we think of a lot of our programming, and there's a lot that's aimed at youth. And really, your program is the one that is aimed at seniors. So, you know, if you're needing to figure out where to focus, it's really a shame, you know.
Yeah, we don't want to lose that focus. It's trying to come up with programming that our adult fitness classes hit a lot of seniors, and that's been very popular.
Yeah, I think that there's also been a shift in in generational. The generation. The seniors are different.
When the senior center was built,
Yes.
it was a very different type of
Exactly.
senior.
Right.
So all of the greatest generation seniors are really starting to age out of these programs, and baby boomer seniors would never go to a senior center. So, there's that struggle in rebranding, renaming, recreating. So I think that perhaps senior programming, as we traditionally have known it, is gone, right? And so I think that our exercise programs, one of our new programs has grown from 3 people in a couple of months, and now it's at 15 every week. So I think there's a growth there, but it's not in what we've traditionally called senior programming.
Yeah, but again,
Okay.
you can only do so
Yeah.
Hey, Carrie, we have 17 other
Yeah,
things.
thank
We
you.
can have this.
Okay.
John and
Is that
Liz.
okay? Did you
John,
get your
Liz.
questions answered?
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, it's always trade-offs.
It's enough for time.
And
This
we
is
need
a-
to understand what the trade-offs are.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is a very exciting time for you, for all you folks, and I really appreciate it, and the community appreciates it. You're doing great work. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
All right, Peter. for your short presentation.
Yes, I will be quicker.
In all seriousness, welcome, Peter, and we're looking forward to some interesting topics. I love the picture in the bottom left. Is that the whole, or a lot of the gang there learning CPR?
Yeah, that was Captain Martin. Yes, give him a lot of credit for that.
Yep.
It was we do a monthly staff meeting. We try to do some sort of training, and he offered to do CPR and AED training.
Wonderful.
Which was well received. We had a lot of compliments from the staff, and they're out in the public all the time. And
They are.
This is something we really should know. So it was great to have it. And looking to do more type of training like that in the future. So he's offered other programs, and we'll keep taking him up on the idea.
And can I just add one quick thing, which is that I just particularly love that it's departments helping train departments.
Yes.
Right, we don't have to contract with an outside entity to do CPR training, we have the expertise
Yeah,
in-house.
I just tried to take the picture, so I got 3 departments, and I got fire, police, and public works.
Nice.
It was a hard picture because it kept moving.
And Peter, one more question about the photographs, excuse me, but the top right just, is that our equipment or is that a contracted?
That's a contract. We do not have a crane like that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not asking for one.
Next year's capital budget.
Yeah, those things are probably pretty pricey.
Yeah, it's the rental to set that for the day is about 20 grand, just the rental. So
Thank
we
you.
couldn't afford to buy them.
Thank you.
They're $7 million, and we would not have a reason for it. So just go through the pictures real quick. We've covered a couple of them. On the upper left is a storm damage on Stevens Road. Came in at the very end of last fiscal year, the 29th of June. FEMA declared an event, but they cut it off starting July 7th. So we missed the damage here. We had some minor damage on Pineo and Hemlock, but they covered that. So we should be getting a little bit of money, but not enough to cover that, the damage that occurred there. The worst thing was we just paved that road last year. So that was like very frustrating. So that was a one that. The lower right is Summer Street. We replaced the water main. It was original to the water company, 1893. You can actually still read the paint and on the side it said 1893. And some of the pieces actually had this raised area of the date and the name of the company on it. We kept a couple of those pieces. The inside, you didn't want to look on the inside. There's not much left in the inside. So new water main in that street. We redid the sidewalk and road as well, so we get hit in a couple of sewer manholes in the drainage. So we try to do the whole thing. We did struggle quite a bit last year with staffing. Filled the last highway position on Monday, so that was a big thing. We did eliminate a position to help raise the wages, so it's actually still fewer staff, but at least we have the position filled. Still don't have a deputy director. Haven't figured that one out yet. I've been taking on that workload. Don't know if I can keep doing that forever, but that's some reorganization. A little bit will happen here probably in the next 6 months to try to take a little bit of workload off my plate. We still have a mechanic, which is still trying to hire. It's been very tough.
We're on the next slide, right? Yep.
Very tough market to try to get. It's just been a very difficult thing. Right now we have 2 mechanics and the fleet superintendent who's looking to talk. He's starting to talk about retirement, and one of the other mechanics is talking about retirement as well. So we'll be down to 1 mechanic before too long if we don't get something happening here. So that's been a tough area. It's very competitive. The pricing is well above the market that we have. So that's something we're still struggling with. We've had some in a wastewater division, which we'll get to later. We had another position, but that actually may end up filling. So, good group of people here. They picked up a lot of workload, even though we were down and had to postpone a lot of our projects. We were able to still get a lot done. It just shows the dedication, but also how much we do on a regular basis. So, if you want to skip to the next slide. So we finished that crane you saw was replacing that bridge at the intersection of Roseboro and 3 Mile. It's probably the last one he'll do for us. He's looking to retire in the next year or so, and we don't have any more bridges for the next 8 or 10 years, so we won't see him again. He'll stop in, but he won't be replacing bridges. The problem will be is when it comes time to do it again, it'll be a lot more expensive. Just the ability to work with the contractor and the technique that we were able to work with him was something that I think they want to be a generation thing. So that's a tough thing. Covered the storm damage. Routine things: sewer lines, water lines, flushing, camering, identifying places that need to be repaired. That continued on a regular basis. There's some capital projects we did with buildings, roof, community centers, some things at the fire department we did as well. So there's a bunch of projects that were on the docket that the other departments did. The highway, we postponed some sidewalk work. We were going to do College Street last summer. We didn't have staff to do it. We're going to do it this summer. We're actually planning it right now. We're actually at the same time going to replace the water main there. That's the original water main as well. We'll replace the water main. So that's we will tear that. You won't be able to use that street for a few months. We're going to tear the whole road grade out, do a box cut, and tear all the pavement, concrete out, do the water main, new drainage. When it's done, there'll be a raised mid-block crossing with flashes that are ball activated, so you don't have to worry about pushing a button, because I know that won't happen. And there's also will be formalized parking on the side rather than just pull off into the dirt. There'll be a paved area with a curving.
After hours.
After hour parking. I'm sure it'll happen in only after hours. There's a bus stop there too. We'll have to figure out exactly where it's going to go. Down in the corner they drop off. We may end up locating it in a different spot that makes more sense. So those are projects that will come out here on the next slide already. So keep the next slide.
Will that include the intersection then too at Wentworth?
The intersection is actually part of the Hopkins Center project. So
sorry, at Wentworth.
On Wentworth, it'll stop at the intersection, so it won't go.
Not the Wentworth College intersection.
It won't go. It'll go stop just at that intersection. It won't go through the intersection. So part of this will actually, the counterflow lane for bicycles will be painted in the street. Road will be narrow, travel lane will be narrow, and there'll be a counterflow bike lane on the west side of the street. Will be put in as part of this project. That's something that we don't really have a timeline exactly when those will be done, but they'll be done before students come back. So we have until the end of August is our window. So we've got a pretty good bit of work to do. Contracted out, we've got a contractor to do some of the sidewalk replacement on Lebanon Street. That'll happen. The east side of the Howe Library roof will be replaced. That's in actually this current year's CIP. And we have a work order system we've been trying to launch. We're waiting on a vendor to get our mapping site active, and that's the last step. Then we can start working with that. So those are the things we want to do next year. So we're in a couple of different spot here.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The College Street, is that a town college jointly funded, or?
So it's funded by the college. The town is building it, so they're paying for the materials and contracted pricing.
Got it.
So we are doing the work. So it's a good public-private partnership that things we've been able to do over the years. Not always easy to negotiate. It should have been done a year prior, but there's two tough negotiators. Put it that way.
But it remains a college on
town on the
town
street.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Town streets, town sidewalks, all, and the trees are both sides of town trees. So that whole strip is still towns.
Yeah. And there'll be a contra lane, bike lane on
Yes.
that. That's still. Do you want to mention?
I like the bollard pedestrian. Those are really cool. I've seen them at some.
Yeah, I was visiting my
if you
son.
haven't, I was visiting my daughter, and that's what they
I
have.
got out of the car. What are these? He's like, what
You
are
basically-
doing, Dad?
They're all a bunch
Stopping
of
on the
geeks.
road.
We all took pictures for
Yeah.
some of them.
You walk through an area. If for people who don't know, if you just walk through the two bollards that are placed on either side, where you're going to cross, it just knows you're there, and then it turns on the flasher.
And there'll be lights.
There'll be lights that light up as well, so you'll see it at night.
In addition to that work, are we thinking that this spring there may be some other work on Willock Street, or is that still too early to
The
say?
study is still gonna happen, this spring. There's a pilot looking at the intersection of College Street and Wheelock and the crosswalks. When the Hopkins Center gets completed, we're hoping to improve that so that the left turn lane does not end up having a blind crossing. It's been a problem ever since it was a left turn lane. It's been a problem. So it's too close to Main Street to do a signalized intersection. So we're looking at other alternatives to figure out how to safely cross pedestrians without backing traffic up too much and causing intersections to fail into. I mean, we have problems you notice in the morning we'll have intersection problems that if we have an issue on the intersection of Main Street, there'll be traffic backed up on the interstate. So that's something we're trying to avoid, obviously. So that's part of it will be done sometime in May timeframe. We'll do a pilot. And if it works, it'll be part of the construction final phase of the Hopkins Center where they finish the plaza up front, which I don't think is going to be done by fall.
Fall of this year? No.
That was supposed to be done in fall, so it's probably going to fall. So
this will be a test to see if it'll go to one lane instead of two, right?
Yes.
And there'll be counts and new
We'll see what it
crosswalks
does,
and
and
see what happens. If
yeah,
it makes
we'll see what it
sense, we'll
does.
do it. If it
Yeah.
doesn't, we won't, right?
Yep. If it doesn't work, we'll step back and look
Figure out a
for
different option.
Another alternative.
Great, keep going, Peter.
Also this summer we'll be doing the Verona sidewalk.
Yay. Wow.
I gotta get a plan for Rob. He promised a plan before asking me if I could do a plan, so I gotta do a plan now. So it's gonna go on one side, and I just have to finish the plan, but we'll get it done this summer. We have another year before the funding actually laps back to the reserve, so window is closing, but it's well overdue.
Still there.
It's a lot of work this summer.
It's a typical summer.
Wait, so where are we in the?
Now we're into the cost.
Oh, wait, we did all the goals. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just reading the goals quickly.
Did
heard
you
you.
want to say more about the work order asset management system? I feel like you started and we cut you off.
No,
because
something
people were
we've
excited.
been trying to do for about 10 years, so I don't really want to promise anything, because every time I assign it to somebody, they quit, so I haven't assigned it to anybody. I just want to slowly get people to do little pieces of it. No, it's not one of those things that people really want to be responsible for, so. It's just a bad time thing, it's not necessarily why they quit, I'm hoping. It just seems like that's why.
If Kate's plugging it out, do some digging and exit interviewing.
So some of our big costs coming this year are, outside of wages and benefits, are we have the signal replacement, the control boxes for Park and Wheelock and Park and Main Street. Those are funded out of the CIP, so they're not coming out of the tax fund that way. We have some pretty good increases in our recycling contract. This is the last year of the 5-year contract. We'll have to negotiate a new contract, and every time we do, it always goes up. So I'm not sure. That's something we'll have to look at as part of our new sustainability director too. Look into, do we need to revamp the program, look at it a little bit differently. When it first launched as Zero Sort, it was almost breaking even, the collection and the sale of materials. Collection has gone up, processing has gone up, but the sales return and the sales gone. In the last 2 years, it was $120 a ton. Now we're getting like $8 a ton. So it's not really panning out very well. And that's the nature of recycling. It comes and goes, but it's been not recovering. It actually was higher during COVID because of cardboard boxes. Everybody buying by cardboard boxes, and that's a big part of the market is cardboard. That's a good retail thing.
When did we pull glass? Is that a couple years ago?
2 years ago we pulled it out of the waste stream, and that's a big weight too. That's one of the heaviest components of the waste stream. And it was the worst part was we were pulling out of the waste stream, and it was going back in as cover in the landfill. So it was coming out of the waste stream and paying for it more expensively, like $300 a ton, then it was being dumped back in the landfill as daily cover. It's just a place to get rid of it is more than anything. Now it's not going there, it's going to, the London right now being crushed is made to aggregate, so it's to be reused. It was going to a mill up in Canada to make insulation, but that mill closed, so we weren't able to continue to send our aggregates up there. Now it's used in roadbed underneath culverts, underneath areas that you won't dig up again. So not something you're going to be, you wouldn't use it for sanding or anything that might be dug up anytime soon. So it's something it's a good product, but it's not a big commodity.
Yep. Thanks, Pete.
Other price increases, obviously, that's the biggest driver we see is the price of paving, our gravel pricing, sand pricing, salt pricing, all the material pricings. We cut back as much as we can. Obviously, we can't predict winter, but we've been gradually cutting our winter maintenance material, just the quantities over time. And unfortunately, even though we're doing it, the budget is going up because the price isn't going up. So we continue to cut the budget. Since I've been here, we've cut about a third of the salt budget, material quantity. So that's a success story there. Another success story that's kind of buried in here is energy savings. Electricity is about $106,000 less next year than this year, and there's a couple of reasons. One, I'd like to take all the credit for that, but it's the natural gas market was at record high, and we're paying record prices, and we're no longer going to be paying it, so that's a big cut in that cost. We will be transitioning. We already have all of our accounts to Hanover Community Power from wholesale, and the driving reason for that was the reporting piece for the Federal Energy Commission and ISO. I subcontracted that. It's like a 20-hour worth a week work. The vendor said you're too small for us now. We've grown enough. We don't have a staff to service your account, so you need to find somebody else, and nobody else will do it. So it was time to close up shop and say we've done a great job of saving money. We've kept budgets pretty lean in that area. Actually been saving money over the years, close to $2 million in electricity savings over the past 9 years. That's things that we've rolled back into energy improvements that we've been able to further save money. So it's something that's one of those success stories that's kind of buried in the details. Price of gasoline and diesel and building propane and heating oil all are down, so the savings there as well. So those are the whole savings we saw in this year's budget. As far as capital, we have just fewer pieces of equipment being purchased, and the revenue is really offsetting purchases of equipment, so they're usually one-to-one. Questions?
Okay. No, Carrie, any questions?
So I know in aggregate, the capital coming out of this capital reserve funds is a little bit more than the new capital going in, and
right.
And I know this is part of a bigger conversation we've been having at the CIPC, but when you think about the inflation of all the assets, which is a very complicated subject, do you feel like we're kind of keeping up, or we're losing a little ground, or?
If you asked me 2 years ago, I thought we were keeping up. Now I'm not sure. We don't really have a good predictor. We were able to follow, looking at the municipal cost index, which is usually a pretty good guide, and we would look at equipment, things that we're going to buy in 2 or 3 years and say, what are the prices looking like? And they were following pretty close, but that's just been blown out of the water. And I think once it stabilizes, I think we'll have be able to go back to some metric like that to be able to predict things. We have noticed that prices did spike, but they've started to come back down in some of the contracting costs. So they haven't come back down to the same level, but they flattened out and they come down a little bit, and they're not increasing. So we're seeing that. At least we have a number that we can say, okay, this is the new floor. It's certainly not the linear one we were seeing. It was a big jump. But I think it's just going to pick up there and do the same sort of thing. So I think in the future we probably will be able to go back to that idea. trying to figure out, I mean, I think now that we have this process with the CFDC, we can actually have other people looking at, other eyes on it and say, okay, let's look at all these things over the next 6 years and say, do we have enough money over the next 6 years? Do we have enough, versus do we have enough money next year or the year after? I mean, I was looking out 10 years, but after 2 years ago, I was like, it's not really looking, it's just guessing. So,
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Somebody else would like to
David, come on.
David Vincelet from Lebanon Street. You worked at Dartmouth College before. Now you're working you're gonna work for Dartmouth College, rebuilding Dartmouth or College Street?
No, it's actually Town Street.
Town Street.
It's a Town Street.
Okay. So you said Dartmouth was having you do the work.
So they're funding them. So part of what happened is when they did their projects along the green, the contractors made a mess of the sidewalk, made a mess of the shoulder, and as part of that, they agreed to pay for the repair and upgrade of that section of street. And so what we worked out is that the town would build it the way the town wanted to build it, based on our plan, versus having the college build something that was not going to be what the town wanted.
I'm not sure what this is. Okay. What is going with the waste from this project? Where is that going?
The waste, the material,
Yeah.
it'll be stockpiled until we have a final disposal site.
And where would that disposal
Current site at the dial trap.
You're still using that as a storage site for?
We're still storing things, yes.
But you're not using them anymore? No.
We're still just stockpiling.
Because I know your highway department, or your road department, you had men come down to my property, help put a fence up, help us.
David, this is a budget session. May we keep to?
Yes, I know, and I'm talking about a budget of a criminal. And you have no reason to spot.
Peter,
You're
let me handle this. Peter, let me handle
Three
this.
of the people on this board voted to put us in a concentration camp. This man helped you do it. And allowed it for 2 years, your police chief allowed us for 2 years to be held hostage before a court order freed us. Nobody from this group has apologized for what was done to us.
David, you're out of order. Would you kindly?
I'm not out of order.
Would you kindly step
I'm
down,
asking
please?
questions about a project between him and a group, Dartmouth College, who helped pollute. This man helped pollute not only our brook with sewage.
David, I have to ask you to please step down.
I'm not going anywhere.
David, I'm going to ask you again. Please step down.
Well, you're gonna have some criminals come up and shake me up a little bit? I can take that.
David, you're out of order.
I'm not out of order. You're out of order.
Chief. Chief, may I please ask you?
You're supposed to be looking after the health and welfare of the public. Excuse me? You're done? No, I'm talking here. Sorry.
Would you kindly remove him, please?
Sorry. This man is a criminal. The police, excuse me? I don't want to talk about it with anybody except right here in front of the TV, so I can't be brutalized by a bunch of police. That's right, I'm not. Because I'm not going to do what you say. I'm going to sit right here.
Okay. That will end with your arrest, Mr. Monsley.
If necessary, it will end with my arrest. But you're overlooking all these criminals.
David.
Carrie, let me do it.
You gonna stand up on your own, please? Please stand. Come on.
Hold on.
Hey. Grab your stuff. You gonna continue to walk out?
Go. 13 criminals in this town committed federal crimes. And you're gonna arrest me for coming and asking questions about where he's putting poison.
Time to go, sir. Right, come on.
This son of a bitch over here.
No.
Police chief, my God. Let us sit and rot for 2 years. Yeah, it's okay in Hanover.
Kari, you had questions?
Sure. So, Ari,
Sorry, Peter.
Chair of the Finance Committee. I guess I'd like to follow up on some of the questions we were asking about the CIPC, and it hasn't been clear to me. I know that this year it was sort of a hybrid activity where they looked at kind of the more forward-looking projects that we haven't had a chance to before, but they also included in their sort of vetting the existing CIP, which is sort of more of a plan than a program. And I was just wondering, is it envisioned that they will continue to be hybrid, or will it go back to being sort of bifurcated where?
Well, this year was obviously a short window.
Yes.
It was envisioned to be part of the whole plan will go the same way. So anything that was currently in the former legacy CIP would be brought up the same process. So you did the same review process for all the different assets that would come in. Some of them would be packaged together because there's some different rules and numbers and life cycles. Right? So, but they will be looked at as part of that process.
Okay, so going forward, I shouldn't expect to find your nifty fund by
There'll be
fund.
some nifty thing, but it may not be mine.
Okay, that's good to hear that we're not losing you all the.
Well, that's going to be the basis of all that data still there. So it's a
Okay.
question of how
So
it's presented.
it will continue, then it will continue to sort of both, it will, continue to cover both functions.
Right, so I mean, if we looked at it as, really it was a equipment replacement fund. Now we're looking at capital improvement, so we're trying to marry the two of those together.
Right, right, and I have to say that there's been some question before whether or not, we were in compliance before, but I think there was never any concern about having a list of the things that we needed to replace and repair. So anyway, I just want to say that I was probably one of your greatest followers of, of that, so.
The Pete fan club.
I'll give you the spreadsheet when we're done with it, you can have it.
You think that's a gift?
I'll trade you, you wouldn't believe what I have.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, let's see, I guess another question, was just, you've hit on staffing, and I was wondering, in your contract, I think this year or last spring, it was initiated in the contract that you have the critical staffing. Incentive isn't quite the right word, but, and I was just wondering whether or not that has been something that you've needed to use in this fiscal year.
This current fiscal year, yes, we have.
Okay.
We're still down staff mechanics. We were down a position in, we did have a new hire in our water reclamation. We were down staff there as well. So we've used it, and we used it in highway before we filled the position. So we've used it in 3 different positions.
Okay. And then could you speak a little bit more, we heard about that you gave up one position, and I wasn't quite clear.
So when late last summer, we weren't getting any applicants for the position. And the ones we did get, they were asking for way more than we could offer. And the only way we could make an adjustment is to move the existing staff a little higher. The only way to do that was to take the funding of one of the empty positions and distribute a portion of that to those positions, eliminating that position. So that position is no longer in the.
And what is that? What was that?
It was on the highway position. So we had 13 highway crew members. Now we have 12. So we've eliminated that one position.
And then just my last question, and this is not for this budget season, but I know in the past that the line maintenance costs have almost all but not quite been charged to water and wastewater.
That's historically how most of them have been. The portion that's done on the general fund has been winter maintenance. That component is the only thing that they do for the general fund. Otherwise, they work on utilities. Water and sewer collection.
Okay, but it is still then that, and I didn't know it was the winter maintenance that stayed in the general fund, and as far as anybody's concerned, that's just the way it should stay.
It's a staffing level, other than hiring additional highway people to do the sidewalk maintenance. It makes a lot more sense to say we've got people who are skilled that can run the equipment than to hire people to do some. So it's some cross training that we've done over the years. And we do cross-train highway to be able to work in there, in line maintenance and water as well. Some ability for staff to move around if we need it.
Yeah, I think I've observed some of the people that, showed up one day, so wearing one hat. and
Yeah, I mean, they will be doing different things.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kari. Are we moving next to water, Peter, is that correct?
Yes.
So what is this picture showing?
There's
it's
a water
pipes.
valve replacement, and I'm trying to remember exactly where that is. That's on Summer Street. You can see the hydrant tap on the left, and a mainline valve that's tying back into the main that came off of Park Street.
Okay.
And so that the main on Park Street was replaced in 2000, so that's relatively new. And the main on Lebanon Street, there's a section that was replaced
Last year,
well.
over the course of years.
There's been some pieces, there's some old pieces still, but that was done back 5 or 6 years ago. We replaced that section, so this is a piece in between and that.
And Peter, those are our workers out there?
Yes.
Great.
Just a historical curiosity, is there more 1893 pipe out there?
There's a boatload of 1893.
If you want to hang out with these guys, there's some real interesting history in it.
There's
and in the past, so I'm sorry to interrupt you, Peter, but in the past, you've brought to us photos and the lining, and it's really go back. It's really
Put
fun.
some of those on display at the end of the library.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you want people
No,
to see
you don't want to see it.
I mean, it's remarkable, some of the pipe that we've taken out that's 1893, it's as good as the year they put it in. I mean, it depends on where, a lot depends on hydraulics. If it's flowing all the time, you don't tend to get tuberculation built up on the inside. It tends to be the neighborhood streets, or streets that get low flow. The mains are bigger, so we can provide fire protection. But generally, there's maybe 15, 20 gallons a minute of water going through, and the pipes are size, so 1,000 gallons a minute go through. So that slow flow, and also prior to 2006, it was an unfiltered surface water. So it was a one log removal. We removed logs. That's about all we removed. So a lot has changed since then.
But if you really want the full experience, is to get a tour, because it's essentially tertiary treatment.
Yes, the treatment
it's
plant.
It's an amazing treatment plant.
It's got
up on the
6
hill.
log removal now, 99.999.
It's pretty. It's very cool.
It's pretty remarkable. There's only 2 of them in the state, and there's about a dozen in the Northeast. So it's a membrane filtration system that's been
cutting edge.
It's really been a great system for us.
So we have all the employees.
So we look at the distribution and collection system, water distribution, sewer collection. 2 crews will actually work together as one utility crew. They function as a single crew. So they both work on water, both work on sewer, even though wages come out of one fund, wages come out of another fund. Their titles are different, but they do the same sort of work at times. So that's an area that we'll have to work on title changes in the future. But so we have the treatment portion. We have 2 people working the treatment that run the facility. That's the main priorities, is to make sure that the water treatment plant and the reservoirs and pump stations are functioning. And they do also. All the crew here will also replace water meters. We're gonna second year will be in this year will be the second year of the water meter replacement project. Water meter replacement project. We've done about 400 of them. It's not a really easy process to set up because you're trying to coordinate people and getting into their houses and get in and change the meters, but we'll get there. But that's a big piece of what they're doing these days. So the treatment folks, Dylan and Wyatt, both have basically trained in this facility. Wyatt came to us a few years back, didn't know treatment at all, was an expert at tapping water mains and great in the distribution, but he's been a godsend in our treatment plant. So it's been a great asset for us, and as well as the other folks. If you look at the other folks in the water line, Jim Messi or Mark Bean came from out of town public works departments. one of them was mechanic, one of them was highway. So we've lost people not just to the outside, we've lost to other divisions, which is not something we can stop, but I don't really like that. They're just shuffling the deck chairs. Jim Missy is retiring, so we'll have an opening here coming up I think it's April 1st, so we'll have another position open. And that's another position we'll have to fill. And like I was talking before, for these folks do the sidewalk maintenance. They do the plowing, they do the
Brining?
Brining, yes, as well as picking up the helping with the snow removal. There's a whole bunch of things go on in that, but they deal with that as well. They don't do the repair in the summer, like if you had to take a section of sidewalk, that's done by highway, or if you had to fix a section that had broken, or there's a piece that it would be the highway department that would do that.
Great, that's amazing.
Just some generic numbers. Water capacity, we have a capacity of 2.6 million gallons per day. We're using about a third of that. Back in the early 60s, we were about 2 million gallons a day. We're now like 800,000 gallons a day. And a lot of that has to do with we're not wasting as much water, which is good, because where that water goes is to our wastewater facility where we don't have a lot of capacity. So that's been something that we see is pretty stable. We've got some projects coming up that we put out the bid this last year. We put out an RFP for painting of the tank, one of the tanks at Greensboro. We're also working with Lebanon. There's an interconnection that's a way for Hanover to feed DHMC and Centera if there's a water main break or something on the other end of Lebanon. It's a secondary connection with Hanover. So that's a piece of that. We're working with the state and with some EPA funds to find all our services, what the types are, whether they're lead, whether they're brass, whether they're copper, no wooden ones. But most of them are copper, but there's a lot of the homes built before the 30s, they're brass. And EPA has not decided whether brass is, even though brass had lead in it back in during that time frame. It's small enough portion and stable enough, they haven't considered it lead, but we're not going to take a chance that we shouldn't be taking out. So part of our project is anytime we encounter a brass service, we're replacing the service.
Is that what the
Signs
is?
Signs are.
I meant to ask.
Get your survey in.
Okay.
We want everybody to tell you what your service is. If you don't know, call us, we'll come and take a look.
Oh, okay, because I lost the letter. I can call you
They're
back.
due soon, Nancy.
I know, I saw that sign out by the fire department. I went,
We have to have a report into the state by October, so we're running. We need it soon.
Okay.
So the design for there's been survey going on for the water project that's been going on this fall, and there's design started. We'll start in the Maple Street area. This whole neighborhood over here will end up replacing, but there's some work on South Main, there's some work on Roseberry. It's going to be focusing on the places where there's brass services, and we know that the hydraulics in the Maple Street area are pretty poor, so we'll focus on that as a starting project. We talked a little bit about the water main replacement on Summer Street. We've continued to flush our system twice a year. That's something that we've been trying to improve over the years. We've had fewer and fewer water main breaks, which I shouldn't say that because every time I say that, that's what happens. But we've been finding that we've done a good enough job of the preventive maintenance for the flushing and valve replacement that we have relatively minor impacts when we do happen. So that's something that we will continue to improve. As part of the meter replacement, there's also something that we will have is a customer portal. So if you get your water meter replaced, you can also see how much water you use on a daily basis. And we can also notify you if your water's going to be out, when it's going to be back on, or any other messages. So get your meter replaced. We're not rolling that out as fast as the finding out what your service type is, just because it takes so much time to go in and set up a meter and replace it and do the setup. It's much more time consuming. So we have a smart hydrant which we installed, which basically is a hydrant that has a pressure sensor that we can actually see what the pressure is at all times. So we deployed it down at the end of the system on Great Hall Road. That's an area that's at the far reaches of the system, so we can tell something's going on. The idea next year is to put a couple more of these throughout town, so we have some issues if we have a large increase in water usage. It's sometimes very difficult to find out if it's a break or if it's consumption. In fact, 2 weeks ago, for about a week, we had the water jumped up about 300 gallons a minute and just stayed steady. And we couldn't find any water coming to the ground. It turned out to be a college building that the valve was stuck. But we were able to find it using the meter information we had from the meter read. So that's another way you can find it, is having that ability. So these are things we'll be continuing the water meters. They'll be painting and be having the municipal tank. And then we will continue to work on interconnection in Lebanon and inventorying our services. What's not in here is the water main replacement of College Street. That's something we just figured out we could do in the last few weeks, so it didn't make the slide. But we figured that it's the best time to do it is when we tear the road up. Originally we were going to mill the surface off and pave it. As we started looking at the material under it, said, you know what, we might as well box cut it. If we're going to cut it, what else can we do? And that's when the water main came. So that'll be done as well. Next slide. Some additional things we'll do. This is in the facility treatment plant. There's some variable speed drives. These are controls of pumps so that they actually follow the flow. They're big energy savers. Fluoride analyzer. We do add fluoride to our system. That's something that the town is one of the first communities in the state back in 1958 voted. It takes a town meeting vote and to start it takes a town meeting vote to end it. But we have an obligation to monitor it, and we have a sensor that can actually keep it, so we can keep it at the right concentration, because you don't want to be too high or too low. A few years, more than 2 or 3 years ago, there was really no option for this, but now there's sensors that do that. We'll continue to do cross training, and we are looking to do some more professional development this year. That's one of the bigger increases in the budget line items. One of the biggest cost things is actually, most of it is wage and benefits. Even though there's an increase in non-operating costs, some of those are back charges for wages from other, like admin costs, part of my salary, part of Christina's salary, or what those charges are. Revenue and sprinkler revenue up only because we were we were under billing, under budgeting. We were collecting that amount, just adjusted the revenue to match the collection better. And the CIP is just, we're doing fewer things this year. We have meter replacement, we have a truck replace. Last year we had meters in the tank, so that's what the reduction in that is.
Thank you, Peter. Board. Kari?
Of course. So, this is sort of a question that's going to also be for sewer, so I don't know if you want to combine the answers, but this looks like the rate increase for water users is going up by 2%, and for sewer down by 2%, or?
So those are, I put in to balance the fund.
Okay.
So I think
So yeah, there are some things that we've cut. We cut some of the amount we need to appropriate into the reserves, so there's some savings there. And part of that is because of the wastewater, we'll get to that later, but it's based on balancing those reserves based on what we have looked at. That could change as we start looking at new metrics that Carrie was talking about. So we were able to reduce it this year. And one of the things we were trying to do in the past was when we had connections, we were trying to, the following year, take that connection fee and roll it into reserves, because that's really what it was intended. But we didn't really do it consistently. And really, otherwise it'd be bouncing all over the place. And we found when we did that in the wastewater, our reserves become really big. And that's what we have to be careful with that. So that's what we cut.
All right. Well, and I did just as the budget is online right now. Revenues are greater than expenses for water, so I guess
like 13,000.
Yeah. So that's.
That's better than the other way.
I guess we can do.
Point of refinement.
And I guess where are we right now with the bonds that we passed it, town meeting?
We've started to spend the money with engineering, so.
Okay, I didn't realize that we had.
It's an FRS loan. We have, we've secured an SRF loan. We negotiated when did we finish that? Lose track of the years now. It's last summer we finished the loan with the state, and we've negotiated a contract with an engineering firm. We're doing design right now.
For the water.
For the water. The water will be bid, hopefully in May timeframe. That's our goal is this May is to bid a project. And then the work will start and will probably take a year and a half. And the wastewater, I could talk about that if you wanted.
Yeah.
Same time frame. We also negotiated with SRF loans and grants. We hired a contractor. That's going to take us 2 years to engineer. It's much more complicated in facility, so construction won't start till probably a year from this spring before we'll bid it, and then it'll take about 2 years to construct.
So did we take out a bond for the full amount that was authorized?
Our projects, we have the project amount. We have the loan obligation ability to spend up to that amount. So that's the amount we have a loan for. We don't know until we actually spend it.
Okay, and as long as we know how long we have to spend. So what interest rates do we get?
I don't remember the top of my head. It's under 4%. It's right around 4%.
I'll need to provide additional information.
Yeah, I think that we don't have any of the debt service spreadsheet of all the different.
And I have the debt service spreadsheet except for these new pieces that we.
Yeah, so we don't have debt service firm yet. That's part of it. But we have a interest rate locked, so it could go down, but it won't go up. So I don't know what that is.
We definitely need to talk more about that because we are tracking all the spending within the project accounting. I'm very confident about that. I believe what we've received so far is grants, correct?
Not so far. It's been they basically pay up front, reimbursing us for our expenses.
Okay.
And that will become that's part of the construction loan. Once that loan's completed, then they will figure out, okay, how much is loan, how much is grant. You can either take the grant spread out over the life of the loan, or you can take it up front. I recommend taking it up front. Their obligation now more, and that's something we won't do until we actually finish construction. 1 year after final completion, substantial completion, then we close the loan. That's when our loan is first payments are due.
Okay, and that's why there's nothing in the
There will be nothing
25.
Correct. There'll be nothing until we see that. And part of the money that was going to reserve was to keep the loan obligation so that we don't have to then bump the rates back up.
Okay, and what was decided, or has anything been decided about, I think it was in Wastewater, that there was $1 million that was for a project in the future?
That has not been decided yet.
That has not been decided yet. Okay. Any idea how that will be decided, or who?
Well, that'd be part of the CIP process. I think one of the projects that was on the wastewater department was a update of a pump station down at Rivercrest, and that's in there. But it's in there as a potential loan. But if we have reserve amount that can cover that, that might be a better solution than bonding again.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's gonna cover me for both, but if not, you'll see me.
All right, thank you. And I believe we have wastewater next. So what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is, on the left is Dennis. He's looking at a PLC panel, which I'm not sure exactly which equipment it goes to. Basically a pump control panel where you can look at and control the pump, pacing, say it's a chemical feed pump or it's a backwash pump or something. So that's what he's doing. And Richard on the other side is he's a laboratory technician, so he's I'm not sure exactly what he's looking at, but he does our lab reports. He does all our testing. We do BLD, TSS. He may be looking at some of the biology. Because part of our process is an organic process, so we're looking to see what's growing there.
And where's that lab? Is that up at the?
That's at our wastewater facility.
Yeah, okay.
At the cemetery.
Yeah. You can't really see the cemetery from there.
Yes, you're looking at the little huts, right?
Yeah, those are the
So
huts
the
that
ones-
are made on Allen Street, so
Our
that's.
little Allen Street huts.
Yeah, up on the.
Oh, yeah, right.
So that's the other folks down there. This is Kevin, who's our superintendent. Jason Goodrich, another technician, very dedicated. And a new employee we just hired, Riley Saladino, came to us from a mining company. But he had lots of pumping, pump control experience because he worked for a hydroelectric facility too. So some of the stuff is you can transfer the skills, but obviously the biology piece and the wastewater treatment piece is not something that, but the mechanical side of it is, the electrical side of it are easily transferred. So we still have a vacancy of a chief operator, IP coordinator. We got a couple interviews, fingers crossed, a couple pretty promising candidates, and hopefully we can complete that. This is going to be a very, once the design's done, it's going to be a very trying time for these folks. Trying to keep a facility running while people are changing things. It's never an easy thing. So that's, and then once it's done, they'll start a new process that they haven't ever seen before. So it'll be challenging.
It's always
Continuing to challenge. And for how many years, Peter? Are we talking about 4?
It'll be start to finish about 4 years.
4 years, yeah.
So we've already partway through 1 year, so it'll be 3.5 more years. So next year, about this time, we'll bid the project. It'll be
2 years.
2.5 years, and then there'll be the process will pieces will come online as we go, but the whole system won't be completed for that period.
And the strain on your staff is about 4 or 5 years strain.
Yeah, I mean, some of it they're looking forward to because it's the operations building, which dates back to 1986, hasn't been upgraded.
Right.
They'll be happy with that air handling. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
Some of the pump control things and the electrical issues, there's some pretty sketchy things that they'll be happy not to have to deal with those. Yeah. It'll be a good thing. I mean, it's going to be. It's just not an easy thing going through startups constantly. But it's been something that I think since Kevin's been here, he's been here 20 years. We've been under construction for 17 years, some projects. And before he came, we had 2 projects that we worked on there. So since I've been here, we've been doing construction there for like 23 out of 27 years. So hopefully we'll finish them before I leave. Big thing here, these guys won the New England Award Operations Plant Operating Award, which is a big thing for, I mean, one plant out of thousands in New England. They won it. They've won it. This is the second time that this facility won it.
That's amazing.
So it's pretty amazing.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Please.
Got a rock star team.
I always think when the EPA does it, they're gonna do something to us, make us do something else. So it comes like a Trojan horse here. Yeah. So we continue to see about the same level wastewater, 1.2, 1.3 million gallons a day, pretty steady, up to 1.4. We do still see some problems in the springtime when they get some high flows, and it's most likely we haven't found the source of it yet. The most likely source is likely to be some pumps in people's homes, which are really hard to figure out unless you actually go into their basements and see them. And so replacing water meters may be a way of finding out whether they have a pump up or not. So we continue to exceed our requirements for treatment. We need to meet 85%, we're 98% removal, which is pretty phenomenal. We haven't had any violations for several years. We haven't had any spills. We've been really pretty diligent about things. We have our sludge certificate, which is basically the material we remove. We treat it to a certain level that could be land applied, but it's not being land applied. It's currently being landfilled only because it's about half the cost. And the biggest issue right now is emerging contaminants like PFAS. That's something that a lot of land application came to a halt. The state of Maine shut it right down because of PFAS. So there's a lot of concern about what people dump down the drain that we end up with, and it becomes our problem. And so part of this is having the IDP coordinator looking at the source to make sure that sort of stuff doesn't come down the drain. So that's a piece of that program that helps keep us from having to deal with those issues.
Is there monitoring, COVID monitoring still happening?
That's still happening, yes. Actually, that's noticed here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that one.
We're still doing that. They're still doing it on a regular basis. I don't know I don't check in very often. I don't know what it says right now, but there's still COVID around. We've had a couple of staff members actually sick right now with it, so we know it's here. And this is
It's a 26% increase of bio. Is that a big, that seems like a big jump. Is that,
that has a lot to do with COVID. When the college was really slowed down, our biosolids
slowed down,
and now it's, okay.
Now it's going back up
This is when it
to
comes
pre-COVID levels.
Okay.
And that's something that, I mean, you can't predict that sort of thing. We will be seeing more wet times this year because we're removing sludge from cleaning a digester. So we'll have more going to landfill than we typically would. But that's a periodic thing. Every 8 to 10 years you clean out a digester.
Great.
Goals, fill the chief operator position. I think we're going to be, preliminary design will be a lot of the sort of things we'll be looking at. We actually have a potential another grant program that may fund part of this upgrade, a small portion. I mean, it's 22 million, up to 1.5 million we could potentially get from the Long Island Sound Fund, which deals with nitrogen, phosphorus in Long Island Sound. And our project showing a big removal of nitrogen, I'd like to get a grant.
Cool.
That'll help some of the cost. Talk about the digester cleaning. The only thing when we clean the digesters is a lag time because you take all your biology out. It takes a while for them to build back up before we have enough biology to start making methane again and use it. The methane is used to basically heat the sludge, help break down the sludge, but also we use some of the waste heat to heat the building. So we use that as free energy for the building. We did look at one point of could we clean it and use it in other buildings, but it's so dirty and so wet that it would be cost prohibitive. We looked at buying a Stirling engine and generating electricity with it, but it would never pay back. It would be like 20 years to pay back, and the system may not last that long. So we have one thing we have to do this year is update our intermunicipal agreement with Lebanon. It's actually expired.
Oh, it has? When?
Oh my 5 years. So
we just did that.
Yes. I think of all these things like, did we just do these things?
5 years ago.
It's up for a renewal. And there's some discussions we've been having. They're looking for more capacity, but we don't have more capacity to give. So some of it is how they account for their capacity. Is they're accounting for their capacity in when you make an application. For instance, if you build a septic system, you say certain many gallons per day per bedroom. That's not actually how much actually goes down the drain, but that's the potential that could. So they're holding excess capacity that they don't need to hold. So they may in fact not need our capacity. But it's good to see that they're looking at that. We're also looking at one of the issues we have is septic receiving. That's not part of our project, and it's a problem of our operations. We don't have a good receiving system. They have an excellent septic receiving facility, and we want to add that to the agreement, and they're willing to. So.
It's nice to be sharing these.
Yeah, this is something that
sharing, shit.
Yes.
It's a shared agreement. It's a shared agreement. I apologize, viewing audience, but it's
a family show.
It's a family show.
Biosolids.
Biosolids. That's better. It just doesn't have the alliteration.
I'm gonna start saying that one day.
The one question I have in terms of this cost share installation of new water meters, what is that?
It's shared, half the cost is shared by the water department, so this.
Oh, I see.
So previously, the water department paid for all the meters, but
Yep.
we take all the meter data and we bill both water and wastewater
Yep.
for it, so well, they should
Sure.
share the cost, and that's what that means.
Thank you. Next slide. Oh, here we go.
Energy savings, sludge disposal is going down. Energy savings because of solar. Part of that isn't just natural gas. Part of it is, I'll take credit for. Is the facility we built on Grass Road. We finally have a full year's worth of data to say, okay, now we know how much we make.
Yeah.
And we are able to cut the budget. That's part of the savings. And the off-take buildings are water reclamation, Howe Library, and River Black. It offsets all three of those buildings, all their consumption.
That's cool. How many kilowatts is it? Megawatts
it's
or
like
whatever.
So we use 2.4 megawatt, 2,400 megawatts hours annually, and it's about 60% of that.
That's cool.
So combined, during COVID, we actually generated more power than we used. We're down about 95.4% right now, just on current consumption. And that's adding our heat pumps, and that's something which we've moved those out of our heating budget. So we'll continue to look for other ways of generating energy too.
That's pretty cool. That's very cool. I just
Yeah.
stop and take a minute and say congratulations. I mean, that's really cool work by the town, you and your staff.
That's it.
Oh, great, thank you, Peter. Questions, board? Wonderful. Peter, as always.
Carrie.
The sewer use, so the revenues from Lebanon come in two different pieces, is that right?
Yeah, and this harks back to a day back. It was the original agreement was from like 1972 with Sachem Village. There was an agreement with the city, and so we built the city. And then when the hospital moved to this new location, the town had an agreement with the hospital, which wasn't legally allowed to do, but we did it anyway. So before my time. And so we were building all the customers in that watershed, the towns, and then came to a point where there was a couple of times where people weren't paying the bills. Well, in Hanover, we just leaned the property. They were in Lebanon, we couldn't, so we had no choice. So we went to Lebanon and said, these are your customers. They're not our customers. You should be billing them. So that is why it still shows us too. That it harks back. It doesn't have to be that way anymore, but that's where that came from.
Is the hospital one of our?
It's hospitals, Centera.
Yeah, that whole watershed comes down.
But we don't build them, we build the city.
Now
And
we
the
build
city,
the
and the city builds them.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all.
The last upgrade, the last agreement, first of the IMA, that was one of the things we said.
We don't want to
you're
do that
building.
anymore.
That's when we made the transition. They're your customers.
Carrie, it's not just the hospital too, though. It's the
All Centera.
that neighborhood right there.
Sachem.
Sachem Village.
Okay.
Quail Hollow.
Those private houses out there. Yeah, I forgot the name of the street.
Well, the houses on the east side of the street, there's a few, like Pinewood Village.
Yep.
But most of those are on septic.
And the church,
The
I
church.
think is.
But most Quail Hollow is another
Yep.
development that pumps up to the system and the skating rink and Sachem Village.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Peter. That was wonderful and
Thank you.
comprehensive and enlightening. And I want to see these 1893.
Okay, go peace.
Hi, Katie.
Hello,
Welcome.
thank you. I'm Katie Williams, I'm the Human Resources Director. There I am, coincidentally wearing the same outfit that I'm wearing tonight.
It's
I did
nice,
not- I did
it's
not-
helping us, it's helping us say.
We should have given that direction to everybody.
Other pictures included, the middle one was from our holiday breakfast. Ellen's in there slaving away. And then, I'm not sure, Alex, you added the right picture.
Yeah, I think that was one of
The
our
retirement.
first, before we started this study, was sort of like.
Everybody looks so happy, don't they?
Yes, right, exactly.
There-
I see muffins.
There are, I was gonna say, there are
They
muffins.
should be happy
there.
with the muffins.
Yeah.
That's usually the correlation.
On this first slide is the Human Resources Department mission statement. It can also be found on the Human Resources section of the town website. But it, takes away how we promote the morale and well-being of the town, assist department heads with hiring and retaining, which has been a big year. This year has been a big year for all of that, especially with the retention and recruitment project. Year in review for workers' compensation claims. You'll see that there were 29 claims reported in 2023, and that $341,740 were incurred. That most of that were just from 2 injuries. Surprisingly, they were just quite extensive. And then you'll see that we had 37 new hires, and that's excluding seasonal positions, which are primarily in the Parks and Rec department. And then we offboarded 27 employees as well. In 2024, in fiscal year 2024, we started off with 2 full-time employees, myself being one of them, and then an HR coordinator that became vacant in October. Alex and I have been restructuring the job description for that position, and it should be posted soon. And this time, the position will be focusing a lot more on employee wellness, morale, and collaboration. Sort of keeping the momentum going from the R&R project that we've been doing, so I'm pretty excited for it. Some of the key takeaways from the position, they'll still be managing employee benefits and offboarding and onboarding, organizing some more technical practices, assisting with day-to-day functions within the HR department, and then also focusing heavily on the work-life balance that a lot of employees mentioned in the R&R project. I'm excited about that position. As far as the community nurse and general welfare assistance that we sort of talked about with John's presentation, this is a breakdown of their activity. Currently, Doris is our community nurse, and we have a vacancy for a position that was budgeted for last year. It was filled for a very small period of time. It just wasn't a great fit. But we have several great candidates right now that have applied for the position that's budgeted for 5 to 10 hours per week to help Doris. In 2023, you'll see Doris served 41 different clients and 17 new clients. She's been really busy this year. And as John mentioned, most of the common interventions that she came across were for emotional support, education and assistance with medications, and assistance with medical equipment. Next to that.
I forgot to ask this when John was talking. We kind of touched on it, but how does one, when somebody out in the community needs her services, how does one access that?
All of her info is right on the town website. It's in several different places under public health, community service, also under the HR tab. But it has her cell phone number. She has a work phone.
Great. Thank you, Katie.
For general welfare assistance, Jen Gantrish is our coordinator, and she's been with us since 2012. And you'll see that $2,240 were awarded in the Tiny Fund scholarships for children that participate in the Parks and Rec activities. She also spent 57 hours doing advocacy and referrals to community resources. She collaborated with Hanover Police Department for 3 hours, and the total amount of client financial assistance was about $3,669. As you guys know, because we've been keeping you in the loop on all these sort of things, we've been participating in our recruitment and retention wage study throughout 2023 and are still doing, wrapping it up. Throughout this process, we had hundreds of touch points with employees in all sorts of departments. We would meet with them monthly, and some departments more than monthly just because of shifts. We would talk about job descriptions, updating policies, updating job titles, going over the market data that our UMass consultants helped us obtain. And we talked about different policies that we would be updating and different revisions and things like that. Big takeaways were the creation of the merit-aligned pay steps that we've been talking about with our unions currently. The market adjustments that are being proposed to be applied to all the departments. Some changes in our healthcare offerings, and then also just an overall overhaul on the personnel policy.
We're gonna go into some more of those details on tomorrow.
Yep.
Thanks, Katie.
You're welcome. The last slide just shows some HR goals for this coming year. One of the big ones is just continuing the momentum from the R&R project and just maintaining the conversation and obtaining the feedback from employees. Working in collaboration with the employee engagement and wellness coordinator position, that was formerly the HR coordinator position, by improving and increasing training awareness opportunities and health and wellness initiatives for all employees. I've been networking with other HR directors in the Upper Valley, mostly the HR director in the town of Lebanon, and I look forward to continuing that because it helps us just network and share ideas.
Absolutely.
And then also just to continue to improve recruitment strategies and increase our retention rates. And then another big one was to do the personnel policy update, since we've updated and added and removed several different policies throughout this project.
Right, it's been a while since we looked at that, I believe. Yeah.
I think 2018.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. You're right, it was like 5 years ago. 6. And then it's really not.
Yeah, the only thing was just the addition of a little bit more money for job ads.
Right.
Which I think is coming.
I think it's been overexpended for a while.
Yeah, if we have a little wiggle room again, we may want to bump that up a little more. We'll see.
You've overspent that $2,000.
Where do you
sorry.
where do you find most success when you're advertising, or it just depends on the position?
It's definitely position dependent. Positions like our tax collector job, I think one of our final candidates found us on NHMA, and then we've put some of our other candidates on ICMA that was suggested by Alex. And then we've utilized some local newspapers just for specific positions. Not every position that would really work for.
But some of it does.
It does. Some of them, yes. Some public works positions, sure. that seems to be a really good idea.
Great, thanks.
And we've been trying to do a little bit more on like LinkedIn, a little bit. Trying to explore, we did an interesting, Sergeant Hanover of the police department put together a really great recruitment video that we showed you all about for the fire chief job. So, and I know that was mentioned in some of the applications, people,
yeah, most of them.
Yeah.
Thought it was really cool.
So those sort of things for certain positions really make a big difference, and for some it probably doesn't.
Great.
Any questions, Ward?
So I noticed in the commentary that the temporary recruiting position was through February, or is through February. So is that moving on from that, and how did that model work?
Sure. So the position was built as a temporary position to begin with. I think it worked really well in the beginning, and then it just became a little bit more challenging. The employee was remote, So I think there were some needs that just weren't being met just because it was remote. It was a remote position, and but there were definitely procedures and policies that he implemented that helped us do some of the critical hiring when we first hired him.
And the hope is that back to being fully staffed, that we'll be able to sort of incorporate most of that back into the HR department, but it sort of helped us a little bit while we were down.
Yeah, definitely.
She says, not over, yeah. It's been a lot.
Yes. So, this may be more, because it's being switched over. So everything that says, that's under general assistance in the spreadsheet, next year we would expect to see in Parks and Rec.
Probably.
Okay. So one of the questions I did see that it was like a $10,000 item was added for regional homeless assistance.
Yes.
And that didn't make it, so what?
That's true. Yeah, that's not on the slides. That came in after the slide. So yeah, we added an account this year, $10,000, to start to get Hanover to contribute something towards some of the regional homelessness issues. So I spent a lot of time working with other towns through Vital Communities and a couple other groups about homelessness, and I think there's a general feeling, and I know I've heard this from some community members as well, and very, very, very only briefly talked about it here, but that there's a little bit more that we could be doing, and sort of what are those things? And when asking sort of stakeholders like the Haven and Vital Communities and other groups, is it like building a shelter in Hanover? And the answer is usually no, that's not really the right thing to do, but trying to figure out some way for us to help contribute something to the issue on a regional basis.
Will we have a presentation tomorrow with the other service agencies on that?
No, I mean, we're putting money in the budget in FY25 to start working on this, but that doesn't mean that we have put an RFP out and selected a person to actually carry out the work. We're just putting the money aside to work on it. So we wouldn't have an organization ready to come in yet.
And then I've been told, but I don't see it here, but I don't see it anyplace else either, but Ellen, we've talked about that every year there's the local government center insurance refund, LGC, and it has been in that special fund that accumulated, and it's a revenue, but it's so volatile you can't really anticipate what it's going to be in the coming year, but I don't see it anywhere, but I've been told that if it were someplace, it would be in the HR budget. And I was told that like.
Right, so
I didn't see
we
it.
have not, and I investigated it last year, we have not received those rebates in the past 2 years.
Okay.
So it may have to do with overall healthcare costs, I'm not sure, but.
Right, well, I mean, I was told it's a participatory system, this is definitely not my daily work, and that depending on our usage, that we could get refunds back, and in some years, it's been a couple $100,000.
It has been very, very significant, it really leading up through, I think 2022 was probably the last year, but I know in 23, when I investigated it there, we did not receive that. So there's no anticipation of that in this budget.
But is there someplace in the budget where we could show that as a revenue source or a counter or whatever you want to have it be someplace where we could see how did it happen that year because, or how has it been in the last, whatever many years we have on the spreadsheet, so a person can see that?
I can take a look at that, Murray. We know that those revenues were not handled correctly and were brought in, many of them directly to the undesignated fund balance. Back in 21 or 22, again, back, and I can pull the adjustment.
It's just a transparency thing, that even if it's 000, or if we put in a $1 in case.
Sure, I can take a look at that.
I don't know where it should go, which budget, but I've heard that, that I had been told if you have questions, ask Dave Stewart about it, so I figured, HR. So, but that's,
I'll take a look at it and let you
Okay,
know.
all right, thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Thank you very much, Katie.
Thanks,
Very
Katie.
interesting.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Let's take a break. Yes.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. And everybody is already, please.
One of you guys gets the bubbly water.
Yeah. Back. We're still on, right, Nick? We never left, correct?
I put a slide up, so.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Of what?
Just as the meeting will start soon.
Oh. All right, so how are we dealing with the select? So what are we doing next?
I would say just skip that one, because we were gonna fill out one or two things,
Fine.
there's really not much to do, and the only thing is really the fund balance, which we'll talk about tomorrow.
Okay. So what's next?
Finance and admin, it's Ellen's up.
Finance and admin services. So again, peering through the accounting office door at my staff who don't like to be photographed. But
they're in our witness protection program.
that's right. But seriously, they do a ton of really hard work in there. So Alex, if you could forward to my org chart. So again, I sort of have two different groups. Tracy Walsh, who presented last night, who oversees really the town clerk and tax collector office and function, reports to me. And then I have the accounting and finance team, and probably the most important part of our conversation tonight really will center around talking about a proposed new position. So you can see sort of in the accounting and finance office, then we would have 3 individuals up from the 2 that I currently have. And I'll circle back to this in my goals, but I would like to point out, again, Karen and Tammy both bring a lot to the team. They are not accountants. And we all are aware of the issues that we have with the audit and the adverse findings. And although I felt that it was something that I would have time to address, it's very technical and it's very tedious, and for us to resolve the issues, I think the town would really benefit from having an accountant on staff. So accounting is a certain way of thinking, and I think someone with that training would really be able to not only resolve the issues that we have from the audit, but then also would be a resource to the town, to the departments, to really bring a higher level of financial control, partnering with me. In addition, the vision that we have is that this would be a shared resource with HR. And, what are some of the things how might that work? One of the challenges that I have is that Karen does payroll. I cannot allow her to make comp changes in our system. We have to have that separation. But sometimes it's challenging for Katie to get that done. So we end up with issues when we're running payroll and making sure that everything's flowing smoothly. I think also having an accountant really working and looking at some of the requirements for the retirement system. They're just a lot of work, but out of the gate, I would say a solid year's work on resolving the audit issues, really setting up, and I know Pete had some information on his slides on the capital assets too, but that's a huge project. Once we identify the assets that are missing from our system, they have to get into our system. And they have to be entered and accounted for appropriately. So I kind of leapt ahead and launched into my sort of advocacy for that new position, but.
Ellen, have you posted this position?
No, because.
This is FY 25, July 1.
Well.
Yeah, well, we would like to do it immediately because we want to get started.
Right, that's what I hear her saying.
Yeah, but we haven't even finished writing it yet.
Right, and we wanted to discuss it
right.
Get
our green light.
So, but we have started to, think about and frame the job description and, sort of how, what that might look like, and really the skill set that we're looking for. And it's interesting because when we hire individuals, sometimes you can be flexible on their background. And sometimes it's really important to have a certain background. So we will take the time to find someone who has an accounting background, municipal or government accounting background, and even potentially an audit background. Because someone with an audit background would be used to being dropped into organizations and systems that they might not be familiar with, and ferreting out different pieces of information. So that could be a really important, a good skill set to have. So we'll see.
And one thing I'll just add on to, as far as bringing this position in and providing the support in Ellen's office and in Katie's office, that one of the things that happened, that we've certainly noticed over the last 6 months, and I think since Ellen spends a lot of time, I don't know what one more level than in the weeds is, like, yeah, I'm thinking like arms in the ground, like there's a fair amount of that, and some of that has been required, and some of that will probably always be required. All of us, to some degree, I mean, this is a smallish organization, our department heads are always kind of getting it, but there's a lot of that among a couple of us internally right now, and we don't have the sort of bandwidth to do the sort of department head level policy thinking, proactive work type of stuff. And so that's one of the things that this position would open up, is it would take a solid number. We've kind of talked through a few ranges, but we're talking 10, 15, 20 hours a week potentially off of Ellen's plate that would open up her to be able to do other things, which is really important. So I just wanted to make sure to add that in as well, as part of the thinking.
Can you go to the next slide for me, please? So my year in review, so I think probably, we completed the 2022 audit under difficult circumstances. Again, it's a lot of learning from that, and still continuing to do some analysis of that. In this last year, really reestablished discipline of some reconciliations that need to happen. I can say when I joined the town in January of last year, the bank reconciliations had not been done since the prior July. And that's just a really big problem. And so, working with my team, we have reestablished that discipline. 100% of the bank reconciliations are being done. There are more reconciliations that we need to do. And delivered the fiscal year 2024 budget on time, posted it, signed. And then, really, I do think an accomplishment is completing all the New Hampshire DRA submissions, all the way through the tax year 2023 rate setting process. To go through that for the first time and to navigate and to even figure out, like, where do you enter the warrants so that they can be approved by the DRA, and what is the timing and what are all the different elements. It's certainly, to go from going into the DRA website for the first time and having no idea where to navigate to anything. Had a lot of support and help in getting there, but look forward to, sort of going through the cycle a second time to sort of use some of the knowledge that I've gained. And then in the last year also assumed reporting responsibility for human resources. So that is, time spent with Katie, working on, priorities, and then also sort of being a second line of communication to make sure that when things need to be followed up on that haven't been, there's a second opportunity for people to reach out. I really, we talk a lot, super high priority to hire the second position in the HR office. It's essential, and it'll be particularly essential for going through open enrollment. So that's.
Ellen, before you leave this page, we should acknowledge that I was shocked to remember that you've only been here for a year, and all that you've accomplished is remarkable, and thank you very much
Yeah.
from me personally and the board as
Thank
well.
you.
From all of us.
Well, and I
Really
appreciate
amazing.
the support very much.
You're very welcome.
The next slide, please, Alex. Oh, you got it. So the goals, really the top goal is to develop a detailed plan to address all the 22 audit weaknesses. And again, that would include hiring the accounting resource. But again, it is my intention to put together a detailed plan to follow up with the finance committee that we spoke with, just to really put together a plan that will keep us accountable, and then also that it will, of course, will include regular updates, not only on the progress against those accounting issues, the audit issues, but also regular reporting to the select board on our financial performance. Where do we stand? What risks do we see? What concerns? And every time we do a budget, it's a lot of assumptions. And we know day one that there are going to be assumptions that aren't correct. So just making sure that there's stepped up communication there. Mike, I do absolutely have a goal to achieve a clean audit for fiscal year 24. It will be a heavy lift, particularly where the capital assets are concerned, but that you got to put those goals out there. So that's my intention. And then really continuing to work, and I haven't had a lot of time to do this, but I am convinced that we have functionality in our current accounting system that we're not using. And that ranges everything from, again, we've started to use project accounting where we really can track, and that's what I was talking to Pete about, talking the inflows and the outflows, very much targeted at a specific project, but also there is functionality for timekeeping in the system that we're not using. The How Library is the only department that uses it, and so today we get paper timesheets, and those hours are hand entered into our system. So there has to be a better way. So that's another big goal, and I think that we could make some progress on that. So I think that's it. So really what we're seeing in the budget changes really is just the addition of that accounting resource. We did put it in late in the process. I have it in there for 75,000 for the salary, and then burdened, and then the personnel costs also reflect some increases in the benefits. Both of my staff in the office are on HSA eligible, so if we do the HSA contribution, so on a small budget, those increments add up. And then in the sort of in the operating or non-personnel, that's up. I did increase the funds for personal development. I really would like to find opportunities for all the staff to do additional training, and then there are just some postage costs and office supplies that just haven't been really budgeted correctly. They're not huge dollars, and then I also have additional spending for the consultant that we're working with to try and resolve the capital asset unwind that tangle. So that's what I have. Happy to answer any questions. Yes, Nancy.
So, Ellen, if you're sharing this person with human resources, however, is that 110 mean that all of the salary today is in your budget and it's not in human resources?
It is, it's all here.
I'm comfortable with that, I just wondered.
Yeah, that's where it is.
Yeah, it's not 110, it's half of it, right?
Right.
That would-
Just confirming that.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Carrie? Any questions?
No, I don't think so.
Kari?
So, Kari Asmus of the Finance
I
Committee.
think you can hold it.
Well, okay, great. It's just like sometimes, actually, in your minutes, my comments are ascribed to Carrie Callahan. So I figure that for whoever is out there, they can't
That's
tell
true.
who it is. And
That's fair.
so
That's fair.
so
Totally
that's-
fair.
Believe me,
Fair
I know
enough.
that you know who I am. I just, for the sake of the minute taker. But the first thing I was just gonna say was that I would just, on behalf of the committee, add my accolades to the work that Ellen has done, and that we just so appreciate her approach, to questions and to uncomfortable situations, etc. So, hats off, and I hope that by having this position reside in your budget, that also means that you would have the ability to direct that resource as needed, because I know you've heard really an earful from the Finance Committee about what needs to be done. So thank you, and I'm glad to see that in the budget. I know we skipped over the select board. Oh wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Never mind. I will wait. I'll do it in conjunction with town manager. So yeah, no. Otherwise, I don't think I had anything for Ellen. So thank you.
Thank you, Kari.
I'll leave.
Then where are we moving to?
Town manager.
Town manager. Oh, look at all these pictures.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was wearing new shoes.
Okay, so let's see what we've got here. I'll give you the quick tour. Top left was speaking at an ICMA conference about public engagement in Burlington, Vermont. The next, if we're going that way, is one of the signs that we purchased this year that are on the light poles around the downtown that have sort of messages on them that we can switch out. We added a bunch more. And we also shifted that over to Parks and Rec, who's managing the applications for that, which were coming through my office previously. And so they're sort of, downtown sort of marketing type messages. The next was some of the goal setting from our meeting in October at RWB. The next is the STARS project that a couple folks, part of the downtown group, John Pepper from Doloco, Heather Drynan from Dartmouth, it's kind of spearheaded, and they got, must have been like 100 of these all around the downtown that look really nice. Bottom left is a shot of Allen Street from one of our events, and if you kind of zoom in a little, you can just see it's like tons of people out, and just a really nice day. Next is the podcast. Just a picture of that. Next is some of the tables that I think there's a few people sitting on them. Actually, everything was all filled up today. I went outside once or twice. And yeah, there must have been 12, I don't know how they all fit, but there must have been 10 or 12 people at one of those picnic tables.
Nice.
Which was cool to see. And then the bottom right is the cover of this town meeting handbook that I worked on with a couple of the state agencies and a couple dozen other towns. To try and think about ways, flesh out some best practices from other communities about how to get people engaged or interested in coming to town meeting. So those were a couple of the projects over the last year. So as we all know, I think that in New Hampshire and Hanover, the town manager is the chief executive officer of the town government, reporting to all of you, the select board. I think we kind of know the rest of the general stuff. And make sure to, and I'll talk about this a little bit more as we go, but my office is myself and Carrie Osgood, who has taken on a significantly increased sort of role and scope of things here, and has just been wonderfully supportive of myself and many of the other departments on a pretty regular basis. And so obviously there's sort of all the stuff that we do, but there's sort of the day-to-day stuff, and Carrie's been really great about helping all of that throughout the town. So before kind of getting to some of my goals, I wanted to pull up the list that I put together last year. And so these are a couple of the goals. These were the goals that I identified last year for the upcoming year. And so I think we completed, we are almost completing, in the process of completing the 24-25 budget process and working with the new finance director. I think we've checked that off. Work with a new HR director who I don't think we didn't have identified at the time, to implement the organization-wide study, which we did also do. But that was kind of crazy to think about a year ago, thinking about just planning on doing that. Next was doing some sort of community engagement with different stakeholder groups around in Hanover. Some of that has also been with the college, and they are doing some really interesting thinking right now about how to facilitate some broader community engagement. And they've looped in a bunch of stakeholders from around the Upper Valley in those conversations, which is pretty cool. One of the goals that I would say is sort of only half completed, which is working with Sustainable Hanover to set up some new goals, especially related to food waste and composting. Half completed in that we didn't set up the program, but we are moving forward with this new sustainability position that will enable us to do that. So I'm excited about that in this upcoming year. Working with our downtown business stakeholders, which I think we've done a really great job of, and we've got a lot of good energy from all the businesses. I think the town has done a lot of really great work with Sion, the new president of Dartmouth, and a bunch of the other college stakeholders, and I think the ball has been moved forward a lot in Hanover and more broadly, especially from a housing perspective, and there's some really exciting stuff happening there. Wanted to look at some shared services last year, which we did do, and did set up one of those, which we've talked about a little bit here with IT, where we're providing IT services to Woodstock, Vermont. Continuing sort of Hanover's position as a very civically and civilly engaged community, which generally speaking, I think we are. And some of my work with the Secretary of State's office and Revenue Administration and a bunch of other towns and New Hampshire Municipal Association, thinking about the town meeting project and things like that. And the number 9, I sort of gave another half answer to, which was, I really wanted to spend more time in the past year working with department heads, sort of supporting them on more department-specific projects, rather than things coming from me, but things that are sort of in queue on their ends, and kind of having me and my office help support that. And I would say that getting kind of pulled down 1 or 2 rabbit holes the last year, especially the retention and recruitment, didn't really give me a ton of time to be able to do that. Still the wrong computer. So a couple quick hits on a couple of those things. So our podcast, between the podcast and the Substack, we've got about 10,000 listens or reads to those, and the email list that I use for that has grown to about 1,300 people, and it varies between 60 and 75% open rate, which is pretty high. If you do any sort of email marketing stuff, things are often in the 30 or 40%. So I think people appreciate those emails. We've got some new planning and budgeting processes, like getting the CIPC together and getting, not all, but much of our ARPA money out the door. We've started doing some of our facility reviews, and of course put that big ask in the budget about that. The retention and recruitment study we've talked about a little bit. And everything else here is sort of talked about a little bit. So next year's goals, sort of similar in some ways. So one is to continue sort of all the public information and engagement activities. And I think there's a lot more that we can still do there, and as far as getting more people in the community sort of engaged in what's happening, and then of course kind of bringing people up that ladder of engagement from hearing something interesting maybe for a minute or two to doing something that's maybe takes 10 minutes or 15 minutes, like listening to a podcast episode, to doing something that might take a little longer, like coming to a meeting, to getting that person then to join a board, and really trying to get the sort of pipeline of people flowing a little bit more, and bringing more volunteers in to support some of the committees and boards that we have. And as well as potentially expanding some of those into areas where we don't have any volunteers in committees and boards. And so some of the ideas that have been tossed around are in recreation and cultural affairs, in parking and in housing. Those are 3 areas that are pretty big topics in Hanover, and 3 areas where we don't have a town committee or board that sort of generally works on that topic. Continuing to sort of increase some of the strategic planning type stuff. So I think we'll see another kind of exciting year on CIPC, and especially we'll see what we're able to produce if we start the process a little bit earlier. And so I think a lot was done with the short process, and so starting earlier, I think is going to produce even, like, we'll take another pretty big step this year, which is exciting. And then one of the things that has just wasn't on my list last year because I knew we weren't really able to do it, but one of the things that I personally wanted to do a lot more of and that we could benefit from a lot more here is more grant writing. We have 1 or 2, maybe 3 people, Doug Hackett on the police side, Pete, Christina Coleman. There's a couple folks who are tuned into all the grants. And like Doug gets any grant that's like basically relevant to police, and a little the same on the fire side, but I've gotten so many grants, I've signed up for like a grant email list where you sort of check off certain things that you want to get updates on, and I get these emails, and sometimes I'll send them, a couple times I've sent them to like Hanover Improvement or other organizations in the community if it looks relevant, but there's been a bunch where I've sent something around, Rob and Pete, and we'll talk about something, and then none of us have time to even work on it. But it's $1 million sitting on the table for a program that we could really use, and Hanover doesn't have a sort of grants person. So it's sort of in a few departments, but that's something I'd love to spend a little more time on in the next year. Talked a little bit about volunteers on boards and committees, but also we've talked about for a while now sort of doing a little bit of a reorg with some of those, going one by one, making sure all the bylaws are up to date, all the terms, all the information, setting up trainings, which we probably want to do on an annual basis for all of our boards and committees, through NHMA or something like that. So there's a little bit of work there. Tracy's going to help on a bunch of that as well, but there's some work to do there in the next year. We've got a lot of new personnel programs and all sorts of new stuff happening in the next year, so a lot of that will be through HR, but some of that will require a little bit of work on my end as well. I think we're making pretty exciting progress on sort of community development, revitalization, and vibrancy projects, especially in the downtown. And that is something that benefits everybody. So obviously it benefits downtown business owners. Right? Part of the idea here is that when we look at some of the future costs that we have on the docket, and trying to understand where the money is going to come from to pay for those things, part of this is the more economic activity that we can sort of generate in the downtown, and the more that allows us to do redevelopment in the future, that might create a project at a higher price point than we could have done. There's just a bunch of benefits that benefit the business owners and the residential taxpayers and the visitors, and all the different stakeholders benefit from that. And so that's one of the sort of key, we don't have a ton of buttons that we get to push, as far as helping to defray increased costs, but doing some sort of economic revitalization type work can help a little bit there. And a lot of things, I think we're really lucky, I've mentioned this before here, I think we're really lucky, the master plan, the select board's goals, like there's just a ton of alignment about things here in town, which is exciting. I think one of the things that was important to do for the town manager was an offer in my contract when I came here, wasn't to just that we would pay for ICMA, but you have to be part of ICMA, and we want you to participate in this and sort of represent Hanover, which is something I was excited to do as well. And so ICMA also, I'm speaking at a regional conference in Boston, and they also have asked me to speak at their annual conference in Pittsburgh, which is in October or September. And so that's exciting, and I personally love doing that and getting to talk about the stuff that we're doing here in Hanover, and share some of those stories with other people and learn from other people what they're working on in their communities. And so definitely we'll plan to continue to do that. And then as best as I can, and hopefully have a little more time in the coming year to support the sort of high-level departmental work that we've heard a lot of from different departments. So, if Parks and Rec is going to explore, doing more childcare or the sort of grounds reorganization, to be involved in helping facilitate or support those in some ways. I want to have a little bit more time to do things like that as well. There are, you're not doing any. Oh yeah.
There's a lot of stuff, really good, a lot of good work. In terms of the goals that you outlined, I appreciate that these are your goals.
Mm-hmm.
I just am wondering about some of them and how, I'm not sure they're my goals as, you know, as you're one of 5 people who oversee kind of how you manage the town and what some of the town priorities are. And I just thought we could take a minute to talk about it at some point. I don't know if this is the right venue, but like having, I'm particularly concerned about our downtown committee work and redevelopment plans, only because the downtown committee is not a committee. It's a group of people that we're staffing. The town is staffing, but it's not subject to public meeting laws. We're not doing minutes, but town manager, planning director, parks and rec, parking staff are all participating in this meeting, which happens monthly, and I think it's
I'm there.
And
Select board
member, but it's not a town committee, and so it makes me a little uncomfortable that we don't have minutes, we don't have, you know, any kind of record. And I see in the budget that we're like to spend a bunch of money to create a park across the street at Ledyard and to shut down Allen Street, which may all be awesome, but it doesn't feel like it's been really about downtown businesses working kind of as a group. We also have a Chamber of Commerce that, you know, we pay dues, you know, members pay dues to, that's a role. So I just kind of feel like that's some really good work that's happened. I love the work, the park, you know, the little parklet in front of Town Hall and creating spaces and places. I'm not sure about this and how we're using money on this. So that's just one observation that I have. Because there's a lot of money in the budget for doing stuff downtown, in terms of closing Allen Street, in terms of, and some questions about, you know, some of these things that I don't feel have been thoroughly vetted. So I don't know.
Sure, I mean, I think that it's certainly worth talking about all those things. I mean, I do report on all these in all the select board meetings, so we have ample opportunity to discuss, you know, everything that we're working on here, and I've gotten nothing but the thumbs up to continue doing all that work. So if there's some other, you know, I think we need to have that conversation. I do want to point out, I mean, there's a lot of meetings that a lot of us go to that don't keep minutes. I'm not sure that's particularly relevant one way or the other personally. It just makes it sound like a little implication of something shady, which I don't think is true.
Well, no, I don't think it's shady. I'm just saying that there's money in the budget to support work that is being developed as part of this downtown group. Like this select board, the planning board, the master plan committee group, all of which are, you know, public meetings. These redevelopment plans, the kind of work that's being done is not, you know, it's downtown businesses, which it's great for the downtown, I think. It may be good for everyone, but not everyone is talking about it, but we're spending taxpayers' money on it.
Yeah, I mean, so...
Or that's what's being proposed.
Well, and it's what we're doing currently, and, you know, we talked about this a little bit during the budget last year, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more tomorrow, right? But one of the things that, if the select board wants to pay for things that we are already committed to, without overly burdening existing taxpayers with really large increases, this board is going to have to find ways to bring more money into the budget. Right? There's no way to do this by raising taxes for the next 10 years. Or we could, you know, not have recreation programs on fields that we have to maintain. You know, we could do things like that. Right?
I'm totally focused on redevelopment.
No, understood, but right, I'm making a different point, which is that if we want to, right, these things are all connected, and we talked about this last year, right, is that to be able to bring money into the budget to help offset some of the costs that we already are committed to, but we haven't actually ever budgeted before, and that no one's discussed in an annual budget meeting or the select board has never seen before, but we're already committed to because we own the field or we own the building, that to pay for those things in the future, that turning public spaces like a parking lot, for example, that doesn't pay any taxes into something that pays taxes is one of the only tools that we have. And fortunately, doing that aligns really well with the needs that are identified in the master plan. Right, we talked about that last year and we've got on a bunch of slides for tomorrow. And so if we're going to go down that road and do redevelopment and think about creating value and creating as much value on as small of a physical footprint as possible, then doing all the stuff that we're doing right now is all the sort of prologue to enhancing the value of whatever we're going to do later, right? If we are looking at potentially redeveloping on a piece of property that the town owns, and we have the opportunity to spend 2 years doing work to increase the value of that property so that if it's leased or sold to a developer, the town gets more money back, we're going to get whatever investment we're putting in, beyond the fact that people love coming down to Allen Street and having fun. We have hundreds of people come to events this year who are all taxpayer, many of whom who are taxpayers who live in Hanover and got to do fun stuff they couldn't do before. We're also investing in something that in a couple of years, if we do one of the only things that we can do to pay for the things in our budget and to meet the goals that are in the master plan, we will have made a really smart investment. And so those pieces are connected, and again, even though I think there's a sort of element to this that's sort of doing it for fun, because who doesn't love having outdoor seating and outdoor music on a nice day and all of that? It's just great to be able to offer things like that, which I've heard many complaints about from people who live and pay taxes in the community, that they don't have those sort of, as many of those things to go to that they would like to. That there used to be a lot of those events in Hanover, and we used to have the farmers market and the street fest, and at some point all of those things just stopped happening. And so people in the community, so again, beyond the fact that people in the community seem to be speaking pretty clearly that they want more of that, it's also a very sort of tactical, strategic plan to increase the value per acre of property in the downtown, so that whatever we do in the future to create more housing that enables people to live here, we'll be able to get more money for that goes back to the taxpayers. So there's this sort of there's the short-term benefit and the long-term benefit, which obviously we can certainly talk about more, but I guess I was under the impression, because I report on all these things before and after we do them in the select board meetings and in my reports, that there was a general kind of awareness and
having a party that was successful, we all love that. You're right, Alex, we all loved it. Closing a road permanently or even for 3 months, I want more information about it.
Sure.
All the, and building a park on private land that the town doesn't own to create a space that may or may not, that will be used, 3 or 4 months a year, spending $150,000 or $100,000 on that of taxpayers' money.
Well, that's not the right number, but go on.
I think we need to talk about it. And I think that, what you've heard is, yes, it would be nice to have, something that's not Dartmouth's, that, but that's Ledyard's. That's their land, unless we suddenly own it or they're giving us an easement on it.
Legal agreement, which is
Yeah.
what we're looking at.
Yeah, so, but I think we need to discuss that before we allocate ARPA monies and other monies for that. And so that's
Sure.
why I'm bringing it up here. And I don't think that there's been, you may have told us, you tell us a lot of stuff. It's like speed dating. And it's great work, and I really like it, but we haven't thoroughly discussed how we allocate these kinds of discretionary funds, in my opinion.
Sure, but that's also part of the reason why there's a select board member at the, there's points that's meant to be, the points are meant to be connected here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we're looking at creating a more formal entity that would be more formally overseen by the town in the downtown. Is something that we're working on. But for the last year and a half, it's been the way things are in the beginning, which is everybody kind of doing everything and trying to loop in as many stakeholders as possible so that, Dartmouth College is there, and sometimes Hanover Improvement is there, and you have certain staff there, and you have a select board member there, that everybody's sort of asking questions and talking about things as we go. That's sort of part of my expectation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just letting you know that my expectation is that I will not be supporting that allocation of funds this year.
You've already decided that without having the conversation.
Well, I'm having the conversation and basically you're telling me that you already told me that at every meeting you tell us what's going on, and so that this should be, this is part of the strategy for redeveloping downtown, and I don't agree with it. So I'm willing to be convinced, but right now I don't think that this is the highest and best use of what I see is a really robust budget this year. So.
Well, I hope that you give us the opportunity to have the conversation rather than just making an opinion such as that.
Yeah, well, I'm as I said, I'm willing to be convinced, but right now I have a lot of questions that are not answered in this. Yeah, so.
So I'll just, so much good happening here, so much good, it's in my heart. So it's a very ambitious agenda, and a lot of things come up that I think, just need to be vetted and discussed and explored. So, for instance, last night, it was new to me to hear that a petition warrant article triggered a consulting study. I was like, what?
It's not exactly how that happened. I mean, I know you talked to Rob about that today, but that's not, yeah.
I'd love to hear what that $50,000 is all about, because it's the first I've heard of it. And so again, just transparency and, a lot of good stuff. And I think this has been such a stride versus last year. We have information. So what's great is now we can talk about the substance. Before we were lost in the process, which now we can get into, things and have a reasonable discussion about what you support, what you don't support. So we're at a great place. But I think I do agree that we have to have more conversations about some of those items that you kind of hear just tangentially. Well, I guess I kind of heard that, but we didn't really. And sometimes listening doesn't necessarily mean buy-in. So, unless you want us to jump up and down, I disagree at any point. So I feel like the thumbs up, we could do the actual thumbs up, but I feel like we just need to confirm assent. So I think that's a process improvement we can work on. But we're making lots of great strides. So again, a lot of good stuff going on here.
I totally agree. That's what I opened with. There's a lot of really good stuff here.
Yes.
There's some stuff that I just have questions about.
Yeah. So just process-wise, and sorry, I know you have more to talk about, but process-wise, tomorrow, are we going to have time to kind of go through a checklist of things and yay or nay, or what's the process for tomorrow?
I think it's questions, feedback from you all, and making sure we've kind of got our list, and I don't think we have anything more thought out than that.
When are we done with presentations? Time-wise, schedule-wise?
It'll be close to the end of the night. I would
I was just gonna pull up the schedule,
yeah. I think there's a half hour that we have kind of scheduled for discussion at the end of tomorrow night.
maybe an hour, let me just see.
But also, there's a lot of other presentations that,
Yeah, so there are a lot of presentations. And we're getting the social services tomorrow too as well. Is it?
But everyone has 5 minutes, right?
Right. We have to make sure that.
I actually think that the agenda, the way it's structured, went really well, by the way.
Yeah, we almost. Yesterday we were actually very
my-
close. Today
Yeah.
we got a little sidetracked, but that's okay. Everything's okay. I'm just looking at tomorrow. Social services gets a whole hour? Gee whiz, okay. Kari, how long do you think trustees of the trust funds will take?
How long will
Yeah, I think pretty short, 10 minutes, depending on any questions that you all might have.
Yeah, the trustees have not come up with a final draft of it, so it really, I think, would focus on what the percent possibilities are.
Okay, well, I mean, the way I see it, we basically have 90 minutes with overall budget and feedback and next steps. And maybe we can steal some of the trustees of the trust fund's time.
Yes, that won't be 30 minutes.
Yeah, how long will the CIPC take? That'll take a while.
I don't know that it's really that long.
Well, it's such a comprehensive report, I really like reading it.
But there's only a couple things, right,
Yeah,
this year?
Yes, there are, yeah, okay. So we're gonna have a good amount of time tomorrow. That's what it comes down to. Alex, you were?
That was it, I was done.
Okay. Okay. And then, go ahead.
Is it an appropriate time to ask Alex about a couple of these goals? There are two.
Sure.
There are two in particular that stand out. The grants, the idea of hiring somebody to help us get grants. I have concerns with. I like your idea of if things come, over your desk and it sounds like it should go to planning, it sounds like it should go to conservation commission, it sounds like it should go to sustainability and so forth. But I guess I'm not sure that somebody's time and effort, office space, they're taking up your time interviewing you for what should be.
We don't have a proposal for any of that. That's
Yeah.
not part of this.
This is just one of your
Just to spend more, for me,
aspirations.
yeah, to spend more time on grants.
For next year.
Yeah, but yeah, we don't have a proposal to hire anybody.
That's actually interesting though, because Lebanon, moved Rebecca Owens over to grants and they've been winning them like gangbusters.
And I'm sure that person pays for their salary like in the first week.
Yeah.
As soon as they win one, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, in addition, if we're working with the Regional Planning Commission, which Lebanon also does, and which we have plans to do, they also, you can contract out their services to write specific grants that we know we want to try for. So that might be a way to ease into more grant writing. They're pretty experienced at it. But they also, I think they have a regional priority. So sometimes, but if they're hired, then they'll work for you. That's how they get extra revenue. So regionally, like needs in say Claremont might rate above needs in Hanover. But if we're contracting them for specific services, then that's actually one of their revenue streams, and they like that. They like getting projects. So,
I have another question about our volunteers and having them fill out, like resumes and having them go to training workshops and so forth. I think people will pretty much leave in droves. Because I think that one of the things that makes volunteering for Hanover is the informality of it all, and that people like volunteering here because they know that their volunteer efforts are appreciated, and it's low key and it's easy entry, easy exit, and I think there's a lot to be said for the way volunteering happens in Hanover right now.
yeah, I'd say our committee, we had one person who was really excited to, share all of the things that they had done, but a lot of people who were not happy about having to fill out a form, particularly after volunteering for many decades. And then they were really unhappy that they couldn't skip the CV, the resume part. That wasn't optional. And a lot of them haven't had to, used a resume in quite a long time. So that was
This is your bike bed committee.
Yeah.
That's what you're referring to.
Yeah. And, we've had people on the committee since the 70s.
Right.
So, Yeah, there's a lot. There is, so I would concur. I think right now it's sort of functioning as, I could see the advantage of like wanting to know your volunteers and helping gather information and know them, but it presents as a barrier the way it's right now.
Yeah, this would be great to talk about more. I mean, I've worked with, hundreds of volunteers in different communities, and the feedback that I've gotten from volunteers in this community is a little different than what both of you are sharing, which is that the volunteers feel overburdened, that we don't have people in the pipeline, and that there are some people who do volunteer who don't really do a lot. There's a lot of people who do a lot, and they end up taking on a lot of the burden, and then there's people who join committees or boards and don't really put in the work that's expected of them. So it's like when you have a group project, if you remember back to days in school, and you've got 4 or 5 people on a project, and you've got a couple people who don't do anything, there are a few people like that on a couple of our boards and committees, and all that does is force the people who are already volunteering a lot in their lives to do more. And so in most places that I have worked, when we have significantly increased the number of volunteers through a sort of strategic multi-year effort, it's actually by raising the barrier a little bit, right? Making it accessible so that people are aware, having volunteer fairs, right? Making sure you're getting out in the community, but that actually the sort of informal, I'll do a little bit today, but I don't really want to do anything next week, that actually going the other direction and sort of making it a teeny bit more formal, making sure people have email addresses so they don't have to put their own email accounts into 91A issues, offering training so that people actually know what the statutory requirements are, which we've had a few issues with on a couple different boards, people not knowing what the state laws are, and that jams them up. Right now we're putting volunteers into positions where they don't know what they need to be doing, and we're kind of putting them in a tough spot because they don't have all the resources. So I think it's, there's different flavors in different communities, and it would be great to talk more about, but I guess from what I've heard from volunteers on a sort of daily basis is that there's more the town could be doing here. We don't have amazing spaces, we don't have it's gotten a little bit better as far as providing electronic support, staff support, there's just all these different pieces, and one of those is that, certainly from my perspective, if you all are making appointments to people and you're appointing someone, especially to a statutory board, where it's not just an advisory committee, but they have some sort of legal authority outlined in the RSAs, you should probably know something other than their name. And in the past, there wasn't a whole lot of information that came to you all when I came in about appointments. It was like, oh, I know Fred, and let's appoint him to the committee. And that's great in certain ways, but also if someone doesn't get appointed to a committee, and they come to the select board and they say, well, why did you pick person A over me? And there's been no review of anybody's background, and there's been no information gathered, that sort of jams you all up. And so part of the idea is just trying to make the process a little more transparent, a little bit more fair, but also trying to get some more people plugged in to the boards and committees so that we can, offload a little bit of the burden that 10 or 15 people in this town have taken a huge burden on their shoulders lifting up some of these committees. And we've got dozens and dozens more people who I'm sure we could rope into volunteering who would be thrilled to do so. So maybe it's just sort of thinking about what the plan is for the next 3 to 5 years and which boards we want to have. And again, I think there's a couple gaps in areas where we have all these sort of housing issues, but it's a little strange that we don't have a housing advisory committee. We used to have a park and transportation board, we used to have a rec advisory committee, and so over the years all these things sort of fell off, and so perhaps it's time to have these sort of conversations, not necessarily in a budget meeting, but something where we can have a more detailed conversation about this. But anyway, that would just be my 2 cents, is that it might be time for that sort of check-in.
I just wanted to reassure you, Alex, that all of the appointments that have been made while I've been sitting on the planning board have been with men and women who have submitted full resumes and references. And the chair, especially when Judith Esme was chairing, or now Brian Edwards, they have had full interviews with these people, and that it has not been we think Fred is a good person to put on the planning board. Very, very contrary to that supposition.
If you mentioned emails and drive space, I know our capital improvement program committee was challenged by just even sharing like distributing documents before a meeting, or accessing what information Pete was providing to us, in part because, you know, there are very sanely IT screens for what you can access and what you can't access. But so anybody who didn't have a Hanover NH email has a hard time getting information. And likewise, it's hard to store the information. You need somebody with a Hanover NH email to set up OneDrive. And our other volunteer committees also don't have that luxury, and the same with our boards. And I know, you know, like the planning board, they get concerned because they have to use their personal email, and now if there is a 91A thing, then all of their records would be potentially subpoenaed. So
Our planning board now is going completely through Hanover NH.
Right, but people still use their emails to respond to like just little meetings. I mean, they don't do anything.
That's on them. I've been told not to, and to only use my Hanover NH.
Right, they don't have one.
I mean, that's only about a year old, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So this is definitely an area where it's gonna be really expensive to do more here, but.
The other committee members don't.
All the other planning board members have.
Oh, they all have one?
Every single one of them.
Oh, okay.
Has it, yes, yeah.
We're kind of going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah,
I started it, I'm sorry.
Alex, Ellen, have we reached a point?
Yeah, I mean, are there more town manager department questions?
Can I ask where the 12 is? What's the 12 covering?
What?
When we go to.
Oh, that's just probably, so that's the retention recruitment updates, and we can pull up, I don't know exactly what's in what account. Part of that is also well, I'm trying not to, there's only 2 people in the department, but part of it there's many of.
I'd be thrilled to know that you're all getting paid well.
No, it's not me, but there's one of the retention and recruitment programs is improving some of the pay for all of our administrative assistants.
Yes.
That's cool. Which is good, yes, and that's one that can often get sort of missed in these things. So that is part of that number, in addition to the, the benefits and all that stuff. So that's not the amount of salaries that are being increased next year yet, but it does include that update.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's been another productive. You have questions?
Believe it or not.
Can you do it tomorrow?
What's that?
Can you do it tomorrow?
You're gonna open up the town managers and Selectboard budgets tomorrow?
Yes, please.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll bring my questions for
Thank you, Kari.
this budget and.
I promise to give you time tomorrow.
Okay.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kari.
Thank you, Scott.